It is not 3 a.m. It is 1 a.m. Well, let's get into this, I guess. I think we'll just start with XMP. Yeah, that seems like the best idea. Just start with XMP and go from there. Two by 24 A-die? Yes, it says... No, M-die. It says on the screen. Why can't people read? I'm kind of surprised it took this long for memory manufacturers to decide not to just double the density every single update. My phone is cracked. Why would you want to watch a RAMOC stream on a phone? You're not going to be able to see anything. There's not really much point running anything at XMP, actually, so... Well, I guess... Actually, there is one valid reason to run XMP. If I over-tighten the mounting hardware, or under-tighten it, because the Intel socket is just that good at maintaining pin pressure, it'll crash at XMP. Does delighting help IMC performance on Coffee Lake? I don't know. I've not delighted any of my... Wait, Coffee Lake. Wait, what is Coffee Lake? That's like 9900K? Yeah, I don't think that'll really make much of a difference. It would be really funny if this didn't work. Oh, wait a minute. Hello? Oh, it's on 10 billion, okay. Yeah, 10 billion... Actually, I think it should run on 48 gigs. So I'm not sure what's up with that. Oh, whatever. Doesn't matter. I don't actually care about 10 bill. Interesting. The TREFI is, like, not auto-optimized. Did I? The 650 Phantom Gaming Lightning versus Pro RS. For memory overclocking wise, those boards are gonna be the same. I want to say off the top of my head. Let me just quickly look up the Lightning. But like, because for ASRock, like for B650, there's like a whole bunch of boards from ASRock which are like the same board with 4 different names. And slightly different feature sets, but the like the important part of the board is the same every time. Yeah, the B650 Lightning is one of them. Yeah, so between those two, pick whichever one matches your feature set requirements better. Currently on a FX 6350, you're finally considering upgrading. Well, you're in for one hell of an upgrade. Because, like, I'm pretty sure one core on a 14900K actually outperforms your entire CPU. Or at least most of it. Yeah, XMP... Yeah, XMP1 is optimized by ASUS. Well, anyway, we're going to put this back to manual, and now we're going to do this manually. As for what I would recommend, I don't know, a 7800X3D and I guess a 4080? Because I don't think you're going to fit a 4090 into that budget. Do we just YOLO it straight to 8000? Yeah, yes we do. Not like anything's gonna, like, worst case scenario is not gonna post. So, very much a risk-free thing to do. Actually, I think 38, and then, like... actually, I don't think these dims will be weak on TRCD, so 48, 48, 48, 48, sure, that works too. Command rate 2, and... yeah, sure, we'll go with 65K TREFI. I don't think I'm gonna set anything else just now. So, I think I'll actually let the board handle everything. Nah, we'll set the memory voltages. But yeah, I'll let the board handle everything else on its own. Because hopefully that'll work. At least a little. I've had it since 2016. That is a weird year to have an FX 6350 from. Because, like, in 2016, the FX 6350 was, like, kinda shit. I mean, it was bad when it came out, but, like, didn't it come out in, like, 2013? Yeah, it was launched in 2013. By 2016, you could have bought, like, I don't know, like basically any i5. Though actually 6350s were really damn cheap. Like, at the time, I think price-wise it was about the same as an i3. So depending on what you were doing, it was actually a better option. Yeah, but, like, right now, if you're building a computer to replace an FX 6350, like, you buy any modern CPU and it's just gonna demolish the FX 6350. Like, it really doesn't matter what you buy at this point, because your CPU is so damn slow. Nah, the 980 Ti has more VRAM than the Fury X. Like, the Fury X's 4 gigs of VRAM is kind of a problem, depending on what you're playing. So, yeah, the Fury X is really not... Like, that I think was, like, AMD's first true GPU design flop. The next one would be Vega. And then after that we had I guess the 5700 XT wasn't really a flop. The Radeon 7, well, that wasn't really meant to be a gaming card. So I don't know that counts as a design failure when it's like, well, it wasn't designed for gaming in the first place. Also, the 980 Ti is just faster. For most of the games when the 980 Ti and Fury X launched, the 980 Ti is just faster. Unless you're at 4K, but if you're at 4K, that 4 gigs of VRAM really starts to hurt. Oh, I love Intel memory overclocking. Vulkan is still only used in, like, a couple games. Like, Doom. I guess Doom uses it. I can't think of anything else off the top of my head. No, we're at 8,000 right now. That's why it crashed. We're at 8,000. That's why it doesn't work. BeamNG's Vulkan renderer is, like, really bad, though, isn't it? Like, it's, like, super glitchy. You need a fan on the RAM for 2-slot mobos. Depending on how much you're pushing your DDR5, you should always have a fan on the memory. It's really not about the board, it's entirely about the memory. Like, if you run aggressive enough settings, even DDR5 like 5600 will have thermal issues. Okay, so 7800 kinda works. Good. Yeah, okay, so that works. No, 980 Ti and Fury X were both 650, if I remember correctly. Because AMD was all like, oh, we put a water cooler on it, that's a value add. And it's like, yeah, that would be a value add if you didn't fuck up the overclocking. And oh boy, I'm swearing on the YouTube channel again. We will not discuss AMD GPUs, because AMD is just, like, bad at making GPUs. The last good AMD GPU was the 290X, and they couldn't figure out how to design a heatsink for that. Our dual rank... Okay, so all RAM is worth overclocking because the Expo and XMP profiles are really bad from a performance perspective. Okay, that's like... The auto settings for your memory are bad. That's why you overclock RAM. Or more like why you manually set the timings. You don't actually need to raise the clock. Actually, if you're unlucky enough with the... If you get unlucky enough with your Intel CPU and motherboard, you might end up having to underclock the RAM. Which, I get... Well, technically, though, you could end up in that situation with AMD as well, but I'd argue that if you bought a DDR5-7600 kit for your AMD CPU, you like, evidently don't know how to do any research. So, I guess we tried to go back up to 8,000 again. Oh, right. Wait, what? Okay. Oh, that's stupid. Yeah, Polaris was really great, except for the part where AMD launched it with a crappy blower heatsink, because, again, AMD just couldn't figure out how to design a heatsink, and two, also that crappy blower heatsink was around long enough for the 1060 to release, And they also managed to screw up the power distribution so that, you know, you had that like mini controversy of like, oh, the card is slightly overdrawing the PCIe slot, which wouldn't have happened if like AMD actually cared about making GPUs good. And what I really, really hate is how people defended the blower heatsinks at the time when, like, eventually NVIDIA, like, was like, wait a minute, blowers are stupid. Why do we ship cards with blower heatsinks and release the, like, 20 series Founders Edition cards with real freaking heatsinks? And I'm like, sitting there when I saw that, I was like, man, would it have killed AMD to release the 290X with a proper heatsink, like, 3 years earlier or whatever? Actually, more than 3 years, but, like, several years earlier. And the defense for the blower heatsinks was always something like, oh, but multi-GPU. Nobody uses multi-GPU. That's why it's dead. Also, the other argument was like, yeah, but OEM systems with like garbage airflow benefit from blower heatsinks. And AMD doesn't sell to OEMs. That's kind of why they don't have any market share. It's like, yeah, AMD was designing cards for customers they didn't have. The AMD can't make GPU. AMD can't like nail a GPU launch to save their own like market share is a very old rant for me. That I've gone over that rant so many times on Twitch. 'Cause yeah, it's like AMD, when they had competitive GPUs, couldn't figure out how to put a heatsink on them. Until it got so bad that AMD just actually cannot compete with NVIDIA at all. And so it's like, well, how did that work out for you? It's like, would it have killed you to just release cards with a heatsink that people actually want to buy? Yes, actually, it would have killed them. Because, like, HD 7970 launched with a garbage tier heatsink. Reviewers complain about the heatsink being garbage, so everybody who wants to buy a 7970 has to wait until the board partners can release cards with proper heatsinks. Then the R9 290X launches, same thing. It launches with a garbage heatsink, so people wait for custom cards with better heatsinks. Unfortunately, the Bitcoin mining craze kicks off, so by the time the custom cards with proper heatsinks are available, you can't buy a 290X because they're all going into coin mining farms. And it's just like, well, now, you know, it's a real mystery how AMD kept losing gaming GPU market share. Then there's definitely no reason that would have been happening. It's almost like they made products that were really, like, hard to live with, because everybody in the Radeon GPU division has permanent hearing damage from everything they designed before the 290X. Oh, and then they released Vega with another stupid blower heatsink. It's like, guys, do you have functional ears? Have you tried gaming on these cards? Now, the Vega blower is actually not that bad. Compared to what the 290X had, or the 7970, or the 6970. Actually, the 6970 wasn't that bad because it didn't pull quite so much power, but like 7970 and 290X, like that is the worst blower heatsink ever. Probably because it's actually the same heatsink. Or at least like mostly the same. The vapor chamber might have been tuned slightly differently, but like the 7970 ran at 85 degrees, and the 290X ran at 95 degrees, and the noise output of those two cards is very similar. I wonder why that would be. It's almost like they took a heatsink that was barely keeping up with a 250-ish watt card, and then slapped it onto... Actually, it wasn't even 250, it was like 225. And then the 290X is like a 275. It's not actually quite 300. And it's like, yeah, so you take a heatsink that's already barely keeping up with your 230-ish watt whatever GPU, and then you slap it on like a 280 watt GPU. What do you think is going to happen? I don't think the nitro cooler on the 580, 590 is necessarily the best cooler that you can get on a 580. Though I'm not sure what the best cooler you can get on a 580 is. But I would be very surprised if it was actually the nitro heatsinks, because they're not that big or anything. The Vega what cooler was really good? Oh, liquid. If AMD figured out how to make a liquid cooler loud, actually they did manage that. The Fury X had this whole controversy around a bunch of cards coming with like permanent pump whine. Basically, here's the lesson. Do not, under any circumstances, allow AMD to design a GPU cooling system. They cannot do it. I have a boot into UEFI script, I just don't remember to use it. Also, I don't use F2, I press delete. The stock cooler on the 6900 XT is not bad. I've never used that one, so I don't know. But that one's also not a blower heatsink. Which, you know, illustrates my point of, like, maybe you should have stopped using the blower heatsinks a few years ago. And then with the 7900 XTX, they managed to screw even that up. With underfilled vapor chambers. Like, you truly can't win with an AMD heatsink design. Can Ryzen 6000 do what? Div 1? Oh, Ryzen 7000 do 6000 with Div 1. It's not Div 1, it's 1-to-1 and not 1200. Well, because you still need to like, for 12,000 you would actually need to be able to read and write data at 12,000. Like, the memory controller buffering the incoming data doesn't magically change the fact that you need to be able to, like, sample and receive and transmit data at some ridiculous data rate. It's like asking why Intel in Gear 4 can't do DDR5-1600. I mean 16,000. Will you make a safe voltages video for Zen 3? What's Zen 3? That's 5000 series? No, because, like, the same rules as Zen 2 apply. You just check whatever the fit... Like, you just max out the PBO limits, and whatever the CPU settles on at max load is whatever your max safe... Like, max load safe voltage is. Man, I have no idea what to do with Intel memory controllers. They're such a mess. What's memory controller SP? As far as I know, that doesn't actually matter for stability, like, at all. It's only good for figuring out max bootable frequency. So, I don't know. I did check it before, but I never really bothered to, like, write it down or anything. Like, there is a chance that DDR5-8000 just won't work on these memory sticks, but... not sure how to verify that. Well, I guess I could put in a DDR5-8000 rated kit and see if that works. Okay, so that passed. So that... okay. That's something, I guess. So I guess we'll try 8200 next. I say voltage lock bug at 1.19 volts. I don't know. I don't bin CPUs. Like, what are you doing with it? Would be my main question. Is like, if you're benching, then I guess not. And then if you're just dailying it, I don't know if I would care. Any difference between gold and platinum PSUs on overclocking? No. Because the gold and platinum ratings are efficiency ratings. They tell you absolutely nothing about, like, the voltage regulation, which is really what you would care about from an overclocking perspective. Like, in fact, and I'm not sure if these exist anymore, but it, like, back in the day, you could get some, like, gold-rated power supplies with, like, awful ripple and voltage and, like, load regulation, and, like, they were still gold rated because they had the efficiency. It didn't matter that the output voltage was, like, had like 100 millivolts of ripple on it or whatever, because the efficiency rating doesn't concern itself with that at all. I kind of wonder why it auto-highlights the, like, older version of Y-Cruncher. Well, that didn't last very long. Curious about DDR4-5333. What are your thoughts? Hynix, like... So typically that speed bin is Hynix DJR, and Hynix DJR is clock for clock, kinda terrible. Like, I'd literally rather have, like, if... Well, depends what memory control... No, under most circumstances, I would rather have Samsung BDI in some one-to-one configuration be that like probably at like 4,000 or something. And I'd rather have that than literally any configuration of DJR. Because, like, I tried testing DJR, and there's just kind of nothing you can do about it being incredibly slow. Like, there are bandwidth benchmarks, like IDA memory bandwidth, and I guess Y-Cruncher would probably like DJR a decent amount. But, yeah, the timings are terrible. And there's nothing you can do about it, because that's just what DJR is. What would you rather, top tier B die bin, or what, DJR? Rather the B die. XMP works with B650? It should. It's not like XMP profiles or anything that's special. They're literally just a bunch of numbers written into the SPD of the memory of the memory stick. 4000 CL14 at like 1.5-ish. Yeah, that well. So the issue with B-die is that some of it doesn't really scale to high voltages properly. So you'll get kits that are like really good at like 1.5-ish, and then you try them at like 2 volts and they kind of suck. So I'd rather have something that works really well at like, for benching, I'd rather have the kit that works really well at 2 volts than the one that works really well at 1.5. Dual rank DGR better than single rank B-die. I think the dual rank DJR might actually still lose that because the timings are so bad. You're definitely going to lose on latency. I'm not sure if overall it's still going to lose, though. I think on Intel it probably wouldn't be too bad. On AMD, I think the B-die would just kind of roll it. Can you mod motherboards that don't offer higher than 65K TRFC to get it higher? No. Yeah, no. Because, like, the only way I could, like, because you would need to somehow, like, I'm gonna go with no. I don't know enough about memory controller design to tell you for sure that it can't be done, but I'm pretty sure you'd basically have to put some kind of chip that sits between the memory controller and the memory chips and intercepts the refresh commands and doesn't let them through. So you'd need like a special register to like do that with. 999 PPT. So with a lot of Ryzen CPUs, setting the PPT to like too high will actually bug out the boost system, and it won't boost as much as it would if you set something more sensible. Like for the, I think for my 5950X, it pulls peak power at like 222-ish. I think it's like 225. And if you go over that, it actually pulls less power. And if you go under that, it pulls less power. But I don't know, maybe that got patched in some later BIOS versions. How quad rank DDR4 scales? Badly. Quad rank DDR4 is not a thing that you do because of performance, because it doesn't offer any. It clocks like trash, and the extra bank groups don't really offset the clock speed penalty at all. Well, that still isn't working at all. So I guess 8,000 might be the limit. Try 1.55 VDD, 1.45 VDD, Q1. Sure, we can try that. I don't think it's gonna change anything though. Now, the issue with quad rank is that you don't really... Like, with going from single rank to dual rank, like, you're increasing, like, pretty significantly increasing your, like, clock cycle utilization. Going from dual rank to quad rank, that just kind of doesn't happen. Because you're already so close to 100% utilization on dual rank that quad rank just kind of doesn't change anything. It's also why, like, going from single rank to dual rank DDR5 really doesn't do much. Have you made an updated save voltages for Zen 3? I haven't, because literally the methodology that works for Zen 2 also works for Zen 3. Also 6000 rated sticks. I mean, I have some DDR5 8000 rated sticks, and I didn't get those to do anything higher than 8000 either. That made it worse. Yeah, I think that made it worse. You just max out the PBO limits and see what kind of voltage the CPU settles on at 100% load. Yeah. But keep in mind that if you just smash the, like, PPT, it might actually not hit peak power. I kind of think it's the IMC voltage doing it. Nah, I would, like, what CPU are you on? Because I would, like, for a 5950X, I think it's best at, like, 233 or 222, something like that. Can I just copy paste your settings? For AMD, yes. For Intel, not really. Because for Intel, there's a bunch of voltages that, like, do not work depending on your CPU. Whereas with AMD, at least at lower speeds, it's not really a concern. Whereas with Intel, also at lower speeds, it wouldn't be a concern, but the definition of low speeds on Intel is kind of a problem. Oh, also, if you have a different motherboard, then, like, the voltages are also just not going to work. What's the SA vid on this CPU? I'm assuming that's in the AI features, right? Isn't it? SA voltage? Oh, right now I'm at 1.2. Much difference between standing and PBO? I would say there's probably not even much difference if you leave the CPU auto versus PBO. So my experience with the system agent voltage is that it really... Well, actually... So, no, because I can't say, because, like, my experience with doing DDR5-8000 on Intel CPUs is that it just doesn't work. Like, this is the first CPU where, like, DDR5-8000, like, actually, like, worked with the DDR5... Well, worked. I never actually ran Karhu on it, but at least it didn't immediately faceplant in Y-Cruncher when I used a DDR5-8000 memory kit with it. So basically, my knowledge of Intel RAM overclocking is that it's bad, and that's it. I know many, 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 many different combinations of settings that do not work. And I don't know any combinations of settings that do. Is Hynix really ever a go-to for overclocking RAM? For DDR5, Hynix is go-to right now. For GPUs, for AMD GPUs, you generally want Hynix memory, in my experience. Yeah. Like, my experience with AMD GPUs is that generally I want Hynix memory. At least older, like GDDR5 AMD GPUs. Newer ones, I don't know. I've not used any newer AMD GPUs. Honestly, I'm kind of tempted to try low on both of these. It made it worse as well. Yeah, I don't think 8200 is gonna work. Does 8-layer versus 10-layer PCB make a difference for DDR5? I don't know, because I can't get any, like... I have, like, one kit that I've done DDR5-8000 with. So, yeah, I don't know. And I think that's a 10-layer PCB, but that doesn't really mean anything when I don't have, like, a huge sample size of memory sticks to compare against. That made it worse. Nah. Should I RMA? What? No, you're on a 4-DIMM motherboard and it's working at 7200. I don't know what you thought you were gonna get. It's not like any of your voltages are too high. No, this seems to be working okay, so let's try even less this. Maybe more SA? On Clev A die. I've never used any. So I don't know. Like, I don't particularly enjoy memory overclocking, so... Yeah, like, it's not like... I collect GPUs, not memory kits. And all the GPUs I primarily collect are from, like, 10 years ago. Well, you could RMA your CPU and it could get worse. That's also an option. There's no reason applying a BIOS patch on an NVIDIA FE card flash with AIB BIOS. Should be a problem, right? What? I can't see any reason why, like, you couldn't just flash the BIOS. Like, why would that affect anything? Like, as long as you're flashing a BIOS compatible with that GPU, I don't know why it would matter what BIOS you started, like, what the GPU already has. No, okay, so this is now really bad. And there's still the option to just run it at 8000 and call it a day. Because, like, I don't think the CPU is actually capable of going over 8000. Just shunt mod and not do a BIOS mod for a 1080 Ti or 1070. I've literally never BIOS modded any NVIDIA GPUs. I only ever do shunt mods and, like, hard mods. For 1080 Ti's, on air cooling, you're probably going to see the most benefit from modding the memory voltage rather than from, like, core voltage, because in my experience, Pascal just doesn't scale with core voltage, like, at all. I've heard other people say that it scales up to, like, 1.2 volts, but none of my cards ever have, so... Yeah, didn't mod... No, I don't mod BIOSes on NVIDIA cards. Like, I don't see the point in modding the BIOS to do things that you can do in hardware. Because at least that avoids the question of, like, is there some weird BIOS on this card? Like, I can just look at it and go like, ah yes, there is wires hanging off of this thing. it is modified, instead of I turn the card on and it causes weird issues and it's like, oh, it's because there's like a weird BIOS on it. But anyway, like the GDDR5X on a 1080 Ti will quite happily scale to like 1.45, 1.5 volts. As in, like, it'll clock significantly higher. I'm not sure I'd want to daily it at 1.5, but 1.45 I think would probably be okay. If I remember correctly, the stock voltage is like 1.3 or 1.35. Oh, if you're just using it for benching, then even up to 1.55 volts it'll scale. And GDDR5X will. The 1070 depends on what memory you get. It might or it might not scale. I think the Micron GDDR5 actually like scales a lot, and then like some of the other GDDR5s don't. Oh, is running. Interesting. Oh, it's even, like, it actually finished. That wasn't supposed to happen. So apparently this CPU really hates system agent voltage. That's interesting. So now the logical question is, will it do 8400 if I set the system agent voltage to 1.1? I mean, obviously we're going to try 8400 with the settings I have right now, and if that doesn't work, then we're going to try lower the system agent voltage more. I guess there's 8260. Nah, let's just go straight to 8400. Like, it's going to post. So... unless you've tested, like, a few hundred CPUs, I wouldn't make sweeping statements like 14900 doesn't like SA. If I were you. Oh, I don't know, maybe you did test like 100 CPUs, in which case, sure. You finally checked out We Butter the Bread with Butter, and they're amazing. Which albums did you check out? Oh, wait, Das Album, that's the newest one, isn't it? Because I don't actually know what that one is. Oh yeah, that is the newest one. Wait, how I missed the fact that that got released? Yeah. I had no idea that released. Oh, my favorite is probably the 2010 album, and that one's like very deathcore. Also, the very last track of the first album is amazing. Okay, so this is very, very upset now. Yes, very upset. Not stable over 4.7 was what was causing crashing on my Nova. Have you tried lowering CPU cache ratio during these attempts? No, because it worked at 8200. And like, nerfing your cache clock to run more memory speed probably actually works out in your favor performance-wise. But not really something I want to have to deal with. If I get really desperate, I might try that. Which BIOS are you on? I think the first one to support 14th gen. Like, properly support 14th gen, because as far as I know, 14th gen will actually just kind of boot on the 13th gen BIOSes, but... it won't boot on 12th gen BIOSes, I know that for a fact. Probably because of the E-cores. Okay, so this is very no worky. Might actually be worth checking if 8266 works first. What do you think about the 24 gig format? It's a nice middle ground between 32 gigs and 64. I don't know why would more thought go into it? Like, the memory capacity numbers are completely arbitrary, and we've had, like, GPUs with, like, 3 gigs of memory. Admittedly, that was still with, like, the 1 gigabit and, like... Wait, was it 1 gigabit? Or, like, half a gigabit or whatever memory chips. So not quite the same thing. But... like... it does, like... I am failing to see what the significance of the number being not typical is. Okay, so I think maybe the VDD2 might actually be a problem now. I should have kept it lower. I'm pretty sure I was benching my power color card at like 500 watts on air. Alright, for lazy overclocking on Intel, doesn't exist. Because, like, the issue with Intel is, like, 7200 on a lot of motherboards will yeah, on a lot of motherboards with a lot of CPUs, 7200 on auto settings is already not stable. So it's like, your first step is going to be fixing the stability. And that's the longest, like, that's the part that takes forever. The timings are, like, not really a concern from a stability perspective unless you set them entirely too low. And so most of your time on Intel is basically spent trying to get the memory controller to stop crashing at whatever speed it is that you're trying to run. Yeah, if your XMP works, then I guess you can just, like, tune the timings and call it a day. And to that extent, you can basically, like, you could mostly copy the, like, 6930, well, depending on what you have. You could mostly copy, like, the 6933 2x24 timings that I showed, and just, like, don't copy the TRFC and the TRFC2. Memtest 86, as far as I know, is not very good at catching stability problems. Like, I've never checked it myself, but I've heard from other people that it's, like, entirely possible to pass Memtest 86 and then just insta-crash Y-Cruncher or something. Any chance of dual rank Ramosi on the Apex? Yeah, I'll probably do some of that. Mostly out of obligation rather than because I think it's actually interesting. Just, like, I mostly want answers, and I really wish I didn't have to do the testing. Oh, you mean test mem 5? Oh, yeah, then that's probably a pretty good pass. If especially at 12 hours, that's probably, like, that should be pretty stable. Highest RAM clock you got out of 12th gen on a 4-dimmer? How stable do you want it? Because if you want it actually fully stable, it's like 6400. And that was on the old BIOSes though. I don't know, maybe something got better since then, but and I'm not revisiting it. Yeah. Absolutely hell no. Is TCWL being cast latency -2 a rule? No. Cast write latency can be whatever happens to be stable, and on Hynix memory sticks, a lot of the time it can be really, really low. How did you get HCI Memtest Pro? Yeah. I bought it before the website stopped offering it for pay. Like, I bought it with PayPal before the website stopped offering it. No, should I? You know, maybe I should go back to 8200 to check if 8200 still works. It would be really funny if it didn't. And do you know the Diamorph guy? No. Your motherboard. I have no opinions on... Actually, no. Basically, here... If you care about RAM overclocking, you should buy an Apex, and if you don't care about RAM overclocking, good luck. I have literally no idea about the other Intel motherboards, and I don't want to know about the other Intel motherboards. I don't want to test them, and actually, I'd like to know, but I don't want to be the one testing them. So, yeah. So if somebody out there wants to like set up a channel dedicated to testing Intel motherboards, they can go do that, because I ain't doing that. Okay, if you're on a 7800X3D, you really don't need to overclock the RAM very much at all. But if you're on a non-X3D CPU, then the RAM overclocking on AMD actually is significantly more important than it is on Intel. Because AMD's memory system is really inefficient. In other words, it benefits a lot from memory timings and frequency and just everything. Because it's very bad at its job of being a memory controller. It's like, a very efficient memory system actually just doesn't care about the memory performance itself, whereas a really inefficient memory system needs like a very, very high memory performance to, well, like, it'll otherwise be a bottleneck. Or more of a bottleneck than it usually is. You planning on getting the Encore? No. Oh, and it's broken again. We're at 8200, right? Like, I'm not... Oh, Intel. No, we're still at 82... I forgot to change the ratio. Okay, good. If we weren't at 8200, this would be a... If we were at 8200, this would have been a real problem. I wouldn't consider myself the Chew of anything. Because, like... Maybe GPUs, but like not even. I don't know. Oh, actually, I have Memtest Deluxe. Oh, I haven't tried the bootable version of it though. I wanted to. That's actually why I bought the deluxe version, but I've never actually used it. Nah, I'd say I'm just the most public overclocker out there. Like, all the people who are actually really good at it work at motherboard manufacturers. Actually, if that was true, XMP profiles would have a better track record of, like, you know, working. So maybe not... Maybe nobody knows how to use the Intel memory control. Nope, that's the wrong version. Man, I really hope this runs. Oh no! So, who wants to go rewind the stream and tell me what settings I used when it did work? Because it doesn't anymore. I'd say back in the DDR3 days. Oh, okay, I guess it wasn't disinformation, there was just no information. Actually, no, I'd say there was decent amount of disinformation as well. Like, there's like a lot of weird memory timing myths that originate from the DDR3 era. That, like, are not true and have no basis in reality whatsoever. They just happened to work for some of the DDR3 memory chips that were, like, relevant at the time. What's the benefit to RAM OC? I just kind of do it because it's there. You had your MC voltage. I definitely did not, because I've been doing this entire stream in increments of 50 millivolts. And 1.3852825 is not a 50 millivolt step. But if I remember correctly, that's actually what it ends up at if you set it to 1.4, because I'm not sure if it's a measurement error or if the voltage regulator is actually off by that much. I'd lean towards measurement error, because most voltage sensors on your motherboard aren't really concerned about being super... At least not... Most of the sensors that are accessible to the software are not super concerned with being very accurate. That's the wrong version. You've got to be... No! We've been here! We've literally done this a couple minutes ago! Oh my... You think Intel or AMD... What? No, Intel already has TRFC same bank. That's what, like, per bank TRFC is. Like, there's just two different ways to call... Like, there's two different names for the same thing. Like... Yeah, this. This, Intel already implements that. And the reason it's referred to as same bank or per bank is because when you use it, like when this refresh is called, it refreshes every single bank in it refreshes the same bank in every bank group. So it's a per bank refresh because you're not refreshing all of the banks at the same time, but you are refreshing the same bank in every single group. So it like disables 8 memory bank. Is it? Yeah, because there's 8 bank groups. So it like disables 8 of your memory banks temporarily. Maybe more VDDQ again? .1. I mean, we can try both of them this time, I guess. Keep raising IMC VDD. We tried that earlier in the stream. I had it at like 1.45 and it was not happy. Then again, it's not... Well, actually, it's not too bad. Like, usually it was crashing basically instantly when it was really upset, so... I guess we could try lower system agent again. Though, either way, this is a record for me. Being able to run YCruncher at 8200 at all is like, I've never managed to do that with any of the other CPUs I have on any of the boards that I have. Like, I don't think... No, I've done 8,000. Like, barely. Okay, so let's try 7. That doesn't work. And now if we try 8, I imagine that also doesn't work. Yeah, that works even less. Okay, so 1.35 IVR is definitely way too much. 1.15 SA, yeah, I know. 1.15 SA worked. Like, I didn't touch the SA when I was trying to do 8400. I mean, we had VDDQ at 1.3 earlier. That's the fun part of the Intel memory controller. Did those settings work, or was I just imagining things? Because I'm pretty sure this is what I was using earlier in the stream when it actually passed, was like 1.4, 1.3, 1.4. Except that doesn't work anymore. Or at least it didn't just earlier, but I think it got pretty far. Try 1.27. Yeah, I guess. For gaming, I tried 2133 CL8 and 3733 CL13, and the TRFCNS can't go below 115, and the difference is 49 gigs. What should I... What? The 3733 is obviously faster, isn't it? So, like, what... I don't understand the question. I'm pretty sure 1.35 TX didn't work even at frickin' 8,000. Okay, but that got further than any of the other attempts. RTL versus bandwidth. Well, unfortunately for you, I know basically nothing about RTLs, so, like... I don't... Wait, what do you know what round-trip latency is? Because, like, what are you trying... Like, do you think there's, like, some magic ratio between memory bandwidth and the round-trip latency? Because there isn't. The round-trip latency, as far as I know, is a measure in... I don't know what units, but the delay between... The CPU sends a command and it gets a response. That's why it's like called round-trip latency, because it's like the trip from the memory controller to the memory and then back to the memory controller. That's also why your RTLs change based on your CAS latency, and I think there's like a couple other tertiary timings that can affect it. But yeah, like our RTLs, like your question literally, like RTLs will influence the bandwidth because, like, timings influence the bandwidth, but there's not, like, a desirable relationship between bandwidth and RTLs. Ever been approached by a company to work for them? No. And I wouldn't really want to, because then I couldn't make these videos. Can you imagine if I got, like, employed by ASUS and it's like, no... Actually, there used to be a blog run by somebody at ASUS that I think got shut down. No, they wouldn't get free value out of me. I'd probably get fired for not showing up or not completing stuff on time. One of the two. Or I'd get fired for, like, trashing our own products, or for, like, complaining about our own products, or for leaking company internal tools. Your channel a full-time job? Yes. Right now they're getting a ton of value out of you? I kinda doubt that. I'm pretty sure you'd get more value out of sending a motherboard to Linus. Oh no, you'd have to pay Linus Tech Tips. Yeah, you'd probably have to pay them, because, like, just sending them a board isn't gonna be enough to justify them making a video, but... Like, you get the idea. Like, well, there's other influencers you could send hardware to that'll get more views than I do. Like, there's a reason I don't automatically get free samples of absolutely bloody everything. It's not because I don't... It's not because I reject them. It's a relatively recent development that I get, like, random memory manufacturers that you've never heard of offering to send me memory kits. Speaking of memory manufacturers you've never heard of, this arrived this week. Oh no, I put it's backwards so you can't see the labeling on it. Wait, where is the label? Okay, there. Actually, I'll just pull the sticks out since we're already at that point. Yeah, unfortunately the autofocus isn't on because it would otherwise autofocus onto, like, the tubing instead of the postcode, which is not helpful. So anyway, I do have some dual rank Hynix A-die at last. That took, like, forever. Anyway, so less VDDQ TX is also worse. So I guess let's try 1.32. It's King Bank. Linus's only content with the Apex Encore was soaking it in Coke. Yeah, but I don't think that was ASUS sampling it, because that was like a OEM pre-built, wasn't it? Or not OEM, that was like a system integrator pre-built that they soaked in Coke. I was very offended by that video. It's like, I wasn't really expecting the Coke to, like... Well, so if the Coke got onto the board and spent enough time on the board, it could have actually done serious damage. Because Coke, off the top of my head, is pretty electrically conductive and very corrosive. Actually, I think there's a really good video from Louis Rossmann where he does, like, a comparison of, like, pouring bottled water on a board and what happens, and pouring Coke on a board and what happens. And the Coke is, like, way worse because it's way more electrically conductive, and I also think that the fact that it's, like, acidic really doesn't help. So yeah, I was like, of all the boards you could have done this demonstration with, why an Apex? I'd be less offended if they did it with an MSI Godlike. You had your own semiconductor company. What would your products look like? I don't know. It's not really something I've ever thought about. Also wasn't a fan of his, like, waving the board around. Like, I've done that with boards, and it probably actually looks just as bad when I've done it with boards, because there's, like, there's the risk that you'll, like, damage the chipset BGA if the board bends, or the PCIe switch BGA, and that would really suck if one of your PCIe slots stopped working properly. But ultimately, like, waving the board around like that is actually something I have done, and it just kind of occurred to me, oh, it must look really bad if you did that on camera. There's no real getting around that. Because, like, if you're holding the board down the middle, it's not like it really bends that much. At least, yeah. So, it looks way worse on camera than it, like, feels to do in person. So I'm not going to complain about that one too much, even though it looks really bad. Have you tried upping the DRAM VDDQ? I think I've done that earlier. I don't think it helped. Intel and AMD introduce in an ideal world. I would like quad GPU support, please. So like 32 PCIe lanes? And then just like split them up into X8, 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 X8. Because like I want to run Firestrike on like 4 980 Ti's. But no, I don't really, like, I'm actually pretty happy with, like, no, actually just slightly more PCIe lanes would be nice. Like, yeah, 32 PCIe lanes is, like, a mainstream offering I think would be cool. They don't need to be, like, Gen 5 or anything. There just needs to be more of them. Because that's, like, the thing is, like, with a lot of the, like, expansive, like... It's kind of like how I have the thing for, like, I like lots of USB ports, but I don't care what speed they're at. Because it's like, for a lot of things, it's not so much about what speed the connector is at, it's like, I just need the damn connector. Right? So it's like, oh, if you have a capture card, or if you have, like, other expansion cards that you want to run, like, you just need PCIe lanes for that. Right? And it doesn't really matter if they're Gen 3, 4, or 5. It's just, they just need to be there. And a lot of modern motherboards, it's like, yeah, they're just not there. Or, like, they're all coming from the chipset. Which isn't necessarily a problem depending on what the device is, but... CPU PCIe lanes are best PCIe lanes. The only issue with them is that they make the CPU socket really big, so... And they, like, increase motherboard complexity. So they're, like, kind of expensive in that sense. Oh, come on! Yep, that didn't work at all. Man, I love Intel memory overclocking. I really do. Like, however many minutes ago, 8200 was actually passing Y-Cruncher. And so, of course, now it doesn't pass Y-Cruncher at all. I mean, I'm on 1501, so I guess, sure, let's update the BIOS. That's totally gonna make a difference. Definitely haven't heard, like, oh, you should update the BIOS, it'll, like, fix things, and then it didn't. Also, if the BIOS updates keep making the memory stability better, did DDR5-8000 ever work in the past? Because, like, if the stability, like, the stability is getting better, then like, was it bad before? Because on AMD it was actually really terrible. Like 8000 was not a thing until the like 1007 BIOS. Wait, is 1801 viable, or should I use 1701? Wait, there isn't a 1701. There's only an 1801. Well, I guess 1801 it is. I am very much against the idea of BIOSes from, like, random forum posts. Because, like, if you buy a motherboard, all of the things the motherboard is supposed, like, it should be, if it's good, if there's good software for the motherboard, it should be on the manufacturer's website, which is why I'm so frustrated about the fact that, like, MemTweakit isn't anywhere on the ASUS website, is it? Or did that change? Drivers and tools. No, it isn't, because why would you put, like, This is so stupid. Yeah, there's no MemTweakit on the ASUS website for the Apex, because why would you put the most useful utility that you make for your motherboard onto your motherboard product page, right? Like, that would be entirely too frickin' reasonable for your average motherboard manufacturer. Though I guess the other ones don't have memory timing utilities, except ASRock. Right. File update. And here you... I'm already not thrilled about the fact that I have to, like, point people towards, like, freaking hardware bot forums for MemTweakit. If I'm gonna be pointing people to random freaking BIOSes, like... if here's the thing is, like, if motherboard manufacturers want to reflect their product, like, want the product to be portrayed in the best light, they should maybe put the best utilities on their damn website, as far as I'm concerned. Like, I have the same problem with Gigabyte, because they have, like, their X BIOSes, which address some of the issues with their mainstream BIOSes, and it's like, but why, like, if you have these BIOSes that address the issues with your mainstream BIOSes, why don't you just fix the mainstream BIOSes? Like, how does this make any sense? Imagine if NVIDIA had, like, 2 different flavors of drivers, where one of them is just significantly better than the one that they released to the public, and you need to go to some random-ass forum to find the super secret uber performance NVIDIA driver. Like, what the hell? Like, if it was at least the manufacturer's own official forums, which, like, ASUS ROG... Actually, I'm not sure if the ROG forums are still up. But, like, I'd have less of a problem with that, because at least it's like, okay, at least the file is hosted on an ASUS forum, right? By, hopefully, somebody associated with ASUS probably posted it. But, like, as it is, and I know that the people that post the files to, like, HardwareBot and stuff, like, they're, like, either they're overclockers related to ASUS in some way or another. But, like, you know, it's just kind of, like, from, like, a beginner's perspective, a bit sketch. Oh, ROG forum. Cool. Okay, I might actually link that, because that I have much less of a problem with. I guess, so we'll try this BIOS first, and then I'll try whatever's on the ROG forum if I can figure out how to find it. Z790. I can't find the ROG forums. This is not working. Okay, I found it. Motherboards. Hey, I found the thread! I think. Wait. The only Apex BIOS is like 0005. Oh, please don't tell me this is going to be the wonderful forum experience of there's a post somewhere in the 39 pages which has the BIOS I need. Page 33? See, this is why I hate forums. It's like, yeah, somebody... Because you have, like, a bunch of posts from people who are, like, sharing their opinion, and it's like... And, like, fair enough, that's the point of forums, but this is the problem with sharing, like, important software updates on forums. Makes them an absolute nightmare to find. Anyway, let's check if this BIOS is actually good. Oh, but not white. Well, I guess I'm screwed then. There is like a 0005 like BIOS for the whiteboard, but well, we'll see. I don't know, like, things might have changed significantly between these BIOSes, but I won't know until we test, so... I'm gonna start where I left off. Thanks for... Whoa! Thanks for the $50, Max. And you don't even have a question, so... Yeah, thanks a lot for that. What can't keep hitting the same buttons? $9,900 KS to 7800 X3D, AM5, small improvement. What games and what GPU? No, I'm pretty sure that was SA. Yeah, that's SA. Unless you're asking about VTT for some other thing. The last time the CPU had a VTT rail was like X79. Or at least it was called a VTT rail back then, I think. On some motherboards. Other motherboards called it VCCIO, if I'm not mistaken. Oh, the consistency of Intel naming conventions. Or more like ASUS naming conventions. It's like, the Intel documentation calls this voltage whatever, and then you get an ASUS motherboard. That voltage doesn't exist on this board. What did ASUS come up with? Do you know what motherboard or CPU brand has the longest security BIOS support that isn't some workstation part? Oh, I have no idea about that. That is not something I've really, like, cared about whatsoever, to be completely honest. Is crashed already, hasn't it? Okay, so we're back to where we were earlier. Everything is broken. Will a 1700 X3D benefit from 7200 RAM coming from 5600? From 7200 very specifically, it will not. But you could take your 7200 memory kit and clock it to like 6000 or 6200. Maybe even 64. Actually, if you get really, really, really lucky, 6600 can work in one-to-one mode. And that would be... I mean, you're on a 7800 X3D, so probably it won't make that much of a difference. But that would be faster than the 5600 setup. I'm not sure if it will necessarily be noticeably faster, but it will be, like, measurably faster. Alternatively, if you're on a 7200 kit, depending on what motherboard you have, you could also run like 7600, 7800, or even 8000. 8000 being quite unlikely unless you have a gene. And that would also be like measurably faster than your 5600 rated kit. Again, I'm not sure that it would actually be noticeable most of the time, but they would be faster. Wait, did I change anything? Okay. Join your channel. You mean like memberships? Yeah, I haven't enabled those on YouTube. I do have a Patreon though, but thanks for the $5. Because the thing is, I'll be completely honest with you. I really don't enjoy the like making money side of running a YouTube channel. Like, setting up Patreon was a massive chore, and then like and it annoys me to no end that it's like, oh, you should come up with all kinds of like special rewards and benefits, and it's just like, I wouldn't be setting this up if I didn't need to. Please stop asking me to come up with like freaking reward systems for people. It's kind of the last thing I want to do. Especially because I'm, like, very against, like, gating knowledge behind a paywall. Like, I just don't like the idea of that. Which is sort of the main reason why there's very few benefits to the Patreon. I was trying to reward you. Yeah, and I appreciate that a lot. I really do. Especially the fact that I didn't have to actually set up anything to get that reward. Okay, so 1.35 VDDQ is still consistently not working at all. I guess I should go back to 8000 to check if that still works. You say that 2x16 of Samsung BDI is more intense on memory controller than 2x32 Micron Rev B? Yes. .5 VDDQ. We've tried higher VDDQ earlier in the stream, and it never led to anything, but sure. I don't think I had it as high as 1.5 yet, but I'll be very surprised if it actually helps. Yours at 1.1? No. I mean, I can adjust that, but I'll be very surprised if that does anything. Oh, okay. So this is mega unstable now. Or is it? Oh, wait. Nope. That didn't really change. Thanks, Ahmed, for the $10, and Kyle Loose $5. Can I run 4 sticks of RAM at 5600? The 6000 on 4 sticks works a lot of the time. It just can have some, like, it can have a lot of issues. Even 6200, well, like, I managed to do, like, 6600 on 4 sticks with my 13900K. Admittedly, I don't think at the time I was using Y-Cruncher for stress testing, so it probably wouldn't have been completely stable. But, like, so, on one hand, I do know that, like, I made a video saying that, like, you should not buy 4 sticks of DDR5, because it'll probably not work, and it should generally be avoided. But if you know what you're doing, or at least have just a ridiculous amount of patience to just sit there and try things until it works, it can work at higher speeds than 6000. At least if it's like 4x16, not something stupid like 4x32 or 4x48, because those won't. Okay, I'm gonna go back down to 8000 and like let's check if that still works. Right. What's this supposed to do? Oh, also somebody asked earlier if this exists. It does. Who said 7800X3D? Oh, 2x32 Rev B is easier than 2x16 B die. Well, AMD's thermal density is like sky high, and their IHS is super thick, so... you know... Their CPUs are, like, not... like, from a thermal design perspective, their CPUs are a disaster. Is there any BIOS brand you have a preference for? In the past, I really liked MSI boards, but I haven't recently used an MSI motherboard. Or at least, well, for Intel, it's actually, like, I still like the way MSI does their BIOS, but for AMD, I haven't used a... like, I haven't used an AM5 MSI board, so I'm not sure how it is. Oh great, even 8000 doesn't work. I mean, I'm not really surprised. I think the VDDQ is way too high right now, but yeah. Kyle said 7800X3D. Oh, yeah, like 6000 should work fine for 4 sticks on the 7800X3D. More than that, actually 6200 will probably also still work. But more than 6200, I have serious doubts. Please work. I mean, ultimately, I think from like a content perspective, a DDR5 7800 or 7600 overclock on a 6000 rated memory kit is still pretty, like, good. And ultimately, I still don't know if this CPU actually works at 8000, because I never checked. And I don't really want to. Or like, I never ran a full set of stress tests. Well, if I did attempt a full set of stress tests and it errored out in any of them, I would just decide that it doesn't work at 8000 and move on with my life. Because the alternative is not pleasant. Is there no point in overclocking RAM on X3D? So on non-X3D CPUs, AMD is actually extremely sensitive to memory performance. With X3D CPUs, it's very insensitive. As in it, like, doesn't care. So, like, the 7800 X3D doesn't care. Everything else cares a lot. Way more than any Intel CPU does. Like, you can absolutely nuke the performance of an AMD CPU with bad memory. You get one of the 295X2s. No, because I already have 2 broken ones. And I feel like buying a third 295X2 at this point is just, like, not a good decision. Any way to fast boot on AM5 without sacrificing stability? As long as you keep power down enabled, you should be able to just have memory context restored turned on, and it should just work. I wouldn't keep SA on auto. My SA isn't on auto. Man, what is with everybody suggesting 1.5 volts VDDQ when it's like, we literally just tried that. It didn't work. 8000 works with like 1.4 VDDQ. I swear, it's like Intel users just can't comprehend the fact that the Silicon Lottery exists, and settings that work for their CPU don't necessarily work for every CPU. Oh, talking to... Wait, who's talking to who? In 7950X3D? Because... 7950X3D is, like... I am not sure how that CPU reacts to RAM. If you have something that's running on the non-X3D CCD, that'll be very memory sensitive. If you're running something on the X3D CCD, that won't care about the memory. But how that actually works out in the real world, I have no idea, because the CPU is all weird, and personally, I would prefer CPUs that aren't weird, because those work better. Okay, so we have a pass at 8000 now, so I guess I'll try bump it up to 8200 again and probably just crash. Wait, how much delay is on the stream? Did all auto SA IVR MC not work for 8000? Yeah, it didn't. I know it worked last time, but I think the memory kit changed things. Or maybe the socket pressure is a bit different and now it's all upset. I don't, maybe like it might be memory kit variants, but like I don't, like, I want this stream to be about this Corsair memory kit, so that, like, this is one of the issues with, like, running my channel. Or, well, yeah, like, this is one of the issues with running the channel, is just, like, testing a lot of this stuff just takes forever. And I don't like doing it. Like, I'd much rather be messing with some ancient GPU that's utterly irrelevant than testing the nuances of Intel's memory controller. And the worst part is, like, since I don't exactly have the best, like, sample size of Intel CPUs, because basically my CPU memory controllers range in silicon quality from not great to the worst thing Intel might have ever managed to validate as an i9. You know, like, I feel like my experiences with Intel memory overclocking aren't necessarily that relevant to most people, because, like, most of my CPUs range from, like, mediocre to trash. Okay, so we're back to 8200 just simply not working. And then one thing I haven't tried yet is setting the system agent to 1.1 volts. Because I feel like I've tried everything else. And I also, like, the other thing is, like, the funny thing is, like, recently I was checking, like, Intel CPU prices, like, secondhand Intel CPU prices. They're not that high, but, like, 300 quid buys a lot of old GPUs. Because, like, there's, like, I was recently checking, or also the, like, also, like, the 8000 series APUs are coming up, and then, like, personally, I'd maybe sooner buy, like, another Gene than an Intel CPU, so that's kind of an issue. Wait, where's the CPUs? Oh, there's CPUs. Because I think, like, 14700Ks are, like, 300-ish quid second-hand right now, which is, like, that's, like, a lot of CPU for, like, less than a 7800X3D. Oh, no, it's 13700Ks that are, like, 290. Wait, no, yeah, I can get a 14700K for 310 quid. Which is insane. Like, this is almost the same price as a second-hand 13700KF. Wait, how much is a 13700K? Oh, 13600Ks are, like, super overpriced. Ooh, there's a 9980XE. Oh, wait, no, that's out of stock. Okay. There isn't a 9980XE. 12700Ks? Those are 240. Like, I'm looking at CX, I'm not looking at eBay. Because CX, like, if you're buying, like, common CPUs, CX is generally not too expensive and, like, really convenient. But yeah, they have 14700Ks for just, like, a ridiculously low price. Oh, wait, do they actually have a 10980XE in stock? No. If they had a 10980XE, I'd be very tempted. BZ, I need your help. With what? I generally prefer it if people just ask their question than ask if they can ask a question. Is there a 48 gig kit that is 6000 and not awful CL? What do you mean by not awful CL? Because, like, CL30 is, like, as low as it gets for 6000, generally. Yeah, CEX is not great for, like, their price, because as far as I can tell, their pricing is actually somewhat automatic based on demand. So if they have more CPUs coming in than they are selling, the price crashes really quickly. Like, they'll get super low prices in, like, no time at all. But if for some reason people are buying a certain SKU a lot, the price will start going up automatically. So like, their pricing is, like, really weird. Because there's, like, certain CPUs that they're basically giving away. Like, old high-end Intel chips, i5s, like... And those are, like, they're like, 39... Like, a 3930K at CEX is basically free. A 5820K is basically free. Like... And then on the opposite end of the spectrum, you'll have, like, a 4790K, which is just insanely expensive, even though it's just worse than a 5820K or a 5930K, 5960X, you know, like, way worse than any of these. But no, because the 4790K is the best CPU for Z790 motherboards, or, like, for a lot of motherboards. That CPU just costs an ungodly amount of money, and the other ones don't. Why would you buy a really high-end AM5 motherboard? Especially for a 7800X3D. Like, you could literally run a 7800X3D in, like, the cheapest... Okay, no. No, you could actually run it in the cheapest AM5 motherboards, and it would be pretty much just fine. It's basically a laptop CPU in terms of its power consumption. I'm running 7600 CL36, detuned to 6000 CL30, and it's not great. What do you mean by not great? Are you also stuck at the 8000 wall? As in, like, 8200 doesn't work? Yeah. No, but what do you... It's not reliable. Well, then your settings are bad. Like... Taking a look at the Chinese secondhand market? No, because I don't like waiting for long shipping. I have many ADI low-frequency things to model. Yeah, but the auto timings on low-frequency memory... Like, the XMP and Expo profiles all suck. So, like, buying more RAM is not going to fix your whatever problems you're having. Because the auto timings are still going to be bad. And, like, the secondaries and the tertiaries, those are still going to be bad. And the primaries don't really affect performance that much. So, like, what am I supposed to tell you? Like, you just need to kind of learn how to set up memory, basically. Because you can't pay me to do it for you. I refuse to do that. I kind of want plug and play on this. It's a 7950X3D. Wait. Okay, now I'm not getting your question. What is the problem with your current system right now? Like, is it not fast enough? Is it, like, not stable? Because, like, it's either not stable, in which case you should loosen your settings, or it's not fast enough, in which case you should, like, tighten your settings. And if it's not fast enough and unstable, you need to fix your stability as well as the... And actually, tightening the timings isn't really going to change anything because you're already on a 7950X3D. So, like, if you're not happy with the performance you have right now, maybe check if whatever you're trying to do wouldn't run better on an Intel CPU. Because your other alternative is to wait until somebody releases a faster CPU. 6200 is actually generally just faster than 6000. The main issue with 6200 is it doesn't always work. And that is even more true at, like, 6400. And a lot of motherboards will automatically, some motherboards will cheat the stability at higher speeds than 6000 by defaulting to 2-to-1 mode. So then you lose performance instead of just stability. You know, I'm running XMP, and it's 7600 CL36, so that it's not working well. I have a 6400 CL32 kit, and that doesn't boot. So, I literally have I have videos showing, like, 6000 memory setups. Why don't you just copy one of those? Probably not the... I mean, actually... The one I did with the 8... Well, man, I did a bunch of high voltage videos. So I'm not sure, depending on your board, they may not work. Oh, boy. Oh, no, I didn't miss the delete. And copied my MDI Kit 6000 CL30 settings, and it's just not super happy posting all the time. What board are you on? Are there any other reasons PCIe storage lanes to go with X670E over B650? Some of the X670E motherboards have more overclocking features, but like there is the B650 Tai Chi Lite. That has like everything. Oh, you're on an ASUS B650E-E. Are you on the latest BIOS? You could also just take your 6400 kit and like set it to 6200. If it's a 6400 Expo kit at 6200, it really should work. And like, just don't touch anything else. Except maybe set the TREFI to 65,000. And don't touch anything else. And that should work. And it'll be pretty fast. Nah, there isn't an add-in card for whatever, like, that, like, if you're talking about the weird add-in card that ASRock had for the live mixer, that was never available at retail. Well, just drop it to like 6200 or 6000 and like literally don't touch any of the settings other than TREFI. Like the primary timings don't matter that much. Like CL32 at 6000 is not massively slower than 6000 CL30. Was it not sent out to reviewers? I mean, I think that, like, I know Level 1 Tech's got the add-in card, but I'm not aware of anybody else having it. Yeah, I am very tempted to just, like, try, like, for full stability, I am very tempted to just do 7800. Instead of trying to get, like, 8000 runs the Y-Cruncher benchmark, but the Y-Cruncher benchmark and the Y-Cruncher stress test are very different things. They're like optimal type primary settings. Being an 8i kit, you should be able to run it at, like, 30-36. Everything 6000 is usually MDI? No, it isn't. Actually, most kits, like, most recently produced kits at this point are 8i, regardless of, like 6000 CL30 is typically going to be 8i these days. Unless it's 24 gigabit. And for AMD, like, 8i is actually, like, from a clock speed perspective, 8i is better for stability. It does slightly tighter TRP, and, like, really, 8i, MDI are basically interchangeable. And also, if I'm not mistaken, it actually does somewhat lower TRFC than MDI, because there's, like, for whatever reason, like, MDI has an advantage for TRFC 2, but AMD doesn't use TRFC 2. So, yeah, that was, like, a mistake on my part when making some video. Though I don't usually bother minimizing TRFC anyway, because once your TRFC's at 500 and your refresh interval's at 65,000, it just kinda doesn't make much of a difference anymore. Unless you're running like PyPrime or something. Which, PyPrime isn't a very realistic workload, but a very good memory benchmark. Okay, why no worky? I don't know, maybe more VDDQ? Oh wait, you have a 6400 CL30 248 gig kit. Oh, that's M-die. But that should still work at like 6200 or 6000 and just leave the primaries alone. The 16 gigabit M-die still better? No. And actually, it never was. That was like a mistake on my part, because I didn't think to check if like I went, because on Intel, you have TRFC2. And TRFC2 on A-die is worse than M-die. And at the time, also the A-die kits that I have are like, at the time my M-die kits were all consistently better for TRRD than my A-die kits. And I also didn't know that the TRP could go as low as it does on A-die. Which isn't the worst mistake I made. The TRFC is arguably more of a problem, but either way, so I figured that, like, because all of my M-die kits up until a certain point all did, like, 4 for TRRD. Actually, I think they did 4.4 or, like, 4.6 or something. So I was, and whereas my A-die kits would, like, struggle to replicate that, and so I was like, oh, A-die is weaker on TRRD, and also because on Intel it's weaker at TRFC2, it's also weaker at AMD's TRFC, because I thought AMD used the same refresh scheme as Intel does. It doesn't, so that was a mistake on my part. But anyway, where was I going with that? Right, so yeah, that was a mistake on my part. Basically, A-die is actually just, on average, slightly better than M-die, and always was. Because funnily enough, I have an M-die kit that actually has TRRD behavior very similar to my A-die kits. Which is fun. So at that point, it's like, okay, so it doesn't do the tighter TRRDs, it's weaker on TRP, it's weaker on TRFC, and everything else is the same. A-die is better. Or like, generally A-die will be better, but the timing differences are also so minor that it's like, eh. Like, I personally, like, if I was putting together an AMD system, I would basically not care if I got an M-die or an A-die kit at all, because it just, like, the timing, like, if I was benching, then I'd want A-die. If I'm not benching, I wouldn't care, because the timing differences are really, really minor. Because it's, like, slightly lower TRP, slightly lower TRFC, and TRRDs go, like, TRRDs actually seem to be more a silicon lottery thing than they seem to be an actual, like, die revision thing. So, yeah, that. Do you think this non-RGB is the same M-die? Yeah, actually, I would originally wanted to request the non-RGB version, and Corsair was all like, oh, you should use the RGB version. I'm assuming because RGB sells better or something. I didn't actually ask what their reasoning for the RGB version is. If anything, it's probably harming the overclocking because the LEDs add a little bit of heat. Wait, what settings are we at right now? Okay, so at this point, I'm gonna just give up on 8200. Yeah, this ain't working, and I am not thrilled about this. Though I do kind of wonder what the max memory speed I can boot is. Let's see what I can do for Pipe Prime, maybe. The X670E can run 6800 1-to-1. Damn, that is one hell of a CPU. That is an insane CPU. Like, being able to boot 1-to-1 at 6800 is ridiculous. So yeah, we'll go for Pipe Prime. So 8400 should work no problem. I think the VDDQ is, again, just unnecessarily a high. Okay. Yeah, I'm feeling lazy. I don't feel like testing 8400. I've been there before. It'll run Pipe Prime. So let's just go 8533. Well, the SP rating only considers the cores, not the memory controller. How can I force the motherboard not to use 2-to-1 mode on AMD? What motherboard do you have? Oh, you're on an MSI. Wait, no, that's somebody else. Man, I wish YouTube chat, like, color-coded usernames. But on, like, Gigabyte, you should have a setting somewhere which is, like, UCLK equals MCLK. ASUS should have, like, a memory controller to memory ratio setting somewhere. MSI, I don't know. ASRock should be the same as Gigabyte, but I don't remember where the setting is. B650 Aorus Elite, F20A BIOS. It should be... You know where your XMP, like, memory ratio... Yeah, you have your XMP settings, and there's, like, the memory ratio, and then there should be, like, memory to memory controller thingy. Should be just above the memory timing menu. Should be, like, UCLK equals MCLK or something like that. Alright, is 8533 not gonna post? Is that... I guess the system agent voltage might be a bit low for that. No, this is a Gigabyte motherboard. I was being sarcastic. See? Gigabyte motherboard. It even says on the splash screen. And this is a Gigabyte BIOS. They recently redesigned it to look a lot more like ASUS. Which actually isn't that untrue. Like, the Gigabyte BIOS is basically how... Like... tries pretty hard to look very similar to ASUS. Actually, it's not that similar. 12900K Unify Z690, stable 6800, was able to boot 7200, but Windows never stable. Yeah, that sounds about right to me. Wait, that's the 4-dimmer Unify, right? Honestly, I'm kind of impressed that you can get 6800 to work on that. Nah, but like as far as I know, like Gigabyte keeps redesigning their BIOS, and like part of the goal is to make it more similar-ish to ASUS. Not really. Like ASUS BIOS is actually really weird. From like with the way you have to put like the AI overclock tuner into like manual or XMP. Like why is that a thing? Why isn't XMP just like its own setting? I kind of want to try set all the voltages to auto, and like, also I think I need to raise the timings maybe. I can't think of a single Gigabyte BIOS where you had to confirm your inputs with enter. That's an ASRock thing. And it's not even like a modern ASRock thing. They fixed that at some point. But like old ASRock boards, yeah, you had to like enter every single... Like you had to click enter. Actually, no, I think you could just start typing, but then you had to press enter to like confirm your input, which was really annoying. Never had to do that on a Gigabyte motherboard. And I've used a lot of Gigabyte motherboards. When you say most 6000 kits are A-die, I mean 6000 CL30 has to be. Well, 6000 CL30 has to be Hynix. 6000 CL32 also has to be Hynix. 6000 CL34, especially from Corsair, is probably going to be Micron. You do not want that. What spec was your Kingston RAM? Right, also was this DDR4 or DDR5? Because DDR4 Micron is actually, like, okay, depending on which specific IC you get, but DDR5 Micron ranges from absolutely terrible to, like, very mediocre. Man, is this CPU not even gonna boot 8533? I guess we can run PyPrime at 8400. So this is a funny thing, right? Is like this CPU on like the Gigabyte motherboard for PyPrime, on the 4-dimmer Gigabyte motherboard, it would run PyPrime at like 8000. So it's like, if you look at like the max benchable speed, there's not that much of a gap against the Apex. This is like I'm struggling to boot 8533 right now. No, it might even be the DIMMs at this point. I don't know. But the thing is, like, I actually want to get a video, like, I want to get a video of these memory sticks, like, with a substantial overclock, because I'll be the first to admit that, you know, when I stopped at, like, 6933 on the Gigabyte board, I was like, man, this is so disappointing. Which is, like, the whole reason I decided to pull the Apex out, because originally I was thinking, like, oh, it'll probably work at, like, 7200 or something, right? That'll, like, a nice, solid overclock. You take a 6000 rated kit, you push it to 7200. That's pretty nice. Yeah, but I, like, you know, Intel memory controller things. So 70, like, so I guess 7800 on the Apex or 7600. I'm not sure. 7800 really should work, so I guess we'll go for that. And if that, like, errors out, then I'll drop to 7600, because, yeah, I don't feel like fighting it. Have you ever tried Clev sticks? No. Swap the sticks around. No, we are not doing the memory voodoo things. It's not even specific to DDR5. That's even a thing with DDR4. We are not doing that. I am very lazy. This is supposed to be a low-effort memory overclock. That's getting hard carried by an extremely expensive motherboard. What the hell is an F0? I've never seen that error in my life. Like, actually, I have no idea what an F0 is. I don't think I've ever seen that one before. Also for dies, it's D-I-E, not D-Y-E. I'm pretty sure the word die is not censored. Low effort memory overclock. Well, the high effort attempt was done last year when I spent several months figuring out every combination of settings that doesn't work. and never finding the combination of settings that does work. So since then, you know, I've taken up a new philosophy for memory overclocking, especially on Intel CPUs, which is, if it doesn't work, lower the speed. And keep doing that until it does. So that's what we're gonna do. Though we are gonna go with the settings that kind of worked best for Y-Cruncher, which I think was like 1.3, 1.4, right? And then the system agent at 1.15. And then we're just gonna drop all the way down. Like, should I? You know what? We're gonna briefly try 8000. It'll probably error out in VT3, and then I'll do the sensible thing and just go to 7800. Okay, so at 1.55 volts of VDD2, I mean VDD, CL36 should probably work. Well, but that's for 1.4 volts. We'll punch in 36, see what happens. And... okay, TRCD I think 48. Oh, WR we're gonna go to 12. This should actually go lower. This should probably... yeah, sure, 42. And then this, 44. Just a random number. We have like a nice set of really random looking numbers. They're close enough, I think. Then, wait, this is... no, that's not defaulting to... then for these... wait a minute. So at 6933, I was using 600, right? So we should be at 700 and the other one at 500. Wait, I got it backwards. There. 6... yeah, I'm happy with that. 4-act, we're gonna go to 16. Read to pre... I think 12 will actually still work at 8000. CK8, write latency, we're at 3628. Wait, runtime, okay, I think, wait. Okay, I'm just gonna set both of them. I think 20s will work. Or is it 20? Does it need to be 22? You know what? We can just check and mem tweak it later. And we don't have to worry about any of the... yeah, these are all DR and DD, so we don't have to worry about that. Actually, wait, we actually have to just straight up, like, power down disable somewhere here, isn't it? Oh, come on. Just set that to 0, right? Yeah, it goes auto, 0, and 1. So 0, I'm going to assume is power down disabled. In which case TPPD and TXP and all of those won't actually do anything, so... I'm not a fan of how they decided to implement that, but I guess fair enough. And I don't see anything else I really want to change. Oh, we should turn on the... Where's the memory training stuff? I should turn on round-trip latency. Round-trip latency. On. Bam. Done. Yay! I eventually found the power down off setting. I use Karhu and Y-Cruncher VT3. VT3 absolutely, like, smashes the Intel memory controller. I don't... Oh, wait, I should set the power limit on the CPU. Okay, where are the CPU power settings? Here. Yay. Oh. $255. I'm gonna leave the current limit to whatever ASUS thinks it should be. I'm gonna set both to 255 and call that a day. Now we get to find out if I suck at memory time. That booted suspiciously fast. Did I? Forget something? Should an MRC fast boot be off? If I wanted to force the board to retrain, yeah. Is VST still relevant? In my experience, VT3 is just better than VST. So I don't really see a point in running VST. Although I wanted to check if 20 for these works. Apparently yes, so I could have run those at 20 probably. Okay, where is, there we go, VT3. Oh, I should open up hardware info. So I can see the CPU burn. Wait, new, okay, well, we'll have to just restart that. Come on, start already. Oh no, the freaking scaling is all... Man, I really should buy a WX2100. Because right now I'm on a GT 1030, and it does not, like, it needs drivers to, like, work with the capture card, and it's just, like, and it leads to all kinds of inconveniences, because it's like, no, I don't want to have to because, like, this is supposed to be an AMD OS, and then it's like, no, but, like, none of my... I don't have any, like, small AMD cards, right? So when it's, like, when I'm... Like, so when I'm just doing memory testing, it's like, oh, I'm gonna pull the GT 1030 out, and then the GT 1030 is like, oh, I'm just not gonna, like, let you change the resolution unless you install the drivers, and it's just like, are you kidding me? So yeah, I need like a PCIe slot powered AMD GPU. I want it to be low profile because so that like if I'm like, so that I don't accidentally bump into it if I forget that it's sitting on the desk. Basically, just make it lower, make it less likely for me to hit it. I have this, I'm not sure if it's necessarily a bad habit, but I do have this habit of thinking like, ooh, I want to buy X, and then like not buying X for like months and months and months and months, until it's like, man, I really should buy X at this point. And then I finally buy it. Why is it so hot? It was not running this hot on the Gigabyte board, and I don't think running DDR5-8000 is supposed to make it this much more power hungry than when I was running it at DDR5, what was it? 6933. What core voltage are we at? .154. That's... That doesn't make any sense. The water temperature is plenty high. What gauge of wire is good for trace repair? Depends on the traces that you're trying to repair. And I don't really have, like, I've not really done much in the way of trace repair. And usually when I needed to do trace repair, I just scrounged up some random, like, strand of wire that's lying on my desk. So... can't really help you with that. Oh, well, that was really quick. So now the question is, did it cook itself? Is it the CPU getting cooked or the memory? That's the issue. It's at 255 watts. It was fine on the Gigabyte board. And so I'm not sure why it's running so damn hot here. I want to revert this because I'm not sure what it does. I'm not sure that it's actually helping. So, just as a sanity check, I'm going to loosen the timings, but I don't think that's the issue. And if it errors out again, we're dropping to 7800. It's also worth noting that I don't think I actually checked if 8000 works with tightened timings last time. Have any memory sponsors been willing to ship you a 14900K with nicely binned memory controller? I haven't tried asking, and nobody's made an offer. So could it be? No, the CPU shouldn't error out even if it's at, like, 100 degrees. Though, I guess we could drop the cache clock a bit. just in case. We'll drop it to like 47 or something. Did it seriously just crash? Are you kidding me? I loosen out the timings, and it freaking fails to post. I have a sneaking suspicion that, like, the CPU, like, hates. Actually, I'm not sure. No, because we're gonna try this. It looks super weird, but, like, something like this actually often works on AMD motherboards. That doesn't mean it'll work on Intel boards, but, like, it could work. It doesn't, like, setting up the voltages like this doesn't... It's not typical for an Intel system, but there's no reason it couldn't work. That, like, there's no laws of physics that says that that can't work. It's just, it would be weird if it did. Oh, and I guess I could set this to 36. Oh, and I guess if I'm running my TRDs the way I am, I could just set that to 32. It won't really affect anything. And then we're just gonna do 48, 48. Actually, I'll leave that on auto so the power management doesn't get, like, completely disabled at idle. Well, it just went through memory training, so... So Gigabyte Biscuit ratings are literally just Gigabyte's version of ASUS SP ratings. So they're equally useful to ASUS SP ratings. They're not comparable to each other, but, like, in terms of usefulness, they serve the same purpose. How long have I lived in the UK? Since 2015? So like 8 years? Do manual all-core OCs still make sense to you, or is it better to use VF points? So, personally, I just straight up wouldn't bother trying to overclock a 14900K, but that might just be because my 14900K is a total potato. So it has the overclocking headroom of, no. That's how much overclocking headroom it has. Because you try to overclock it, and it says no. But then, like, the 13600K that I have, you can do an all-core, like, 5.65 that, like, runs Linpack. And so the thing is, like, you could do some, like, wacky per-core thing, but it's not gonna, like, I don't think it's gonna be, like, drastically faster than the 5.65 all-core setup. Right? So it's like, hard to say. Also, that was on an AIO. So, yeah, hard for me to, like, because here's the thing, I don't see the point in, like, putting a whole lot of extra effort into a setup where the performance gain is going to be, like, less than 10%. Right? And so, more, like, 10% from 5.6 is, like, 6.1. Which is, I don't know if it would necessarily be that much harder to set up, but, like, and then it's like, oh, and if it's, like, 6.1 on 2 cores, and then it's like, okay, but how often is your CPU actually only going to be loaded with 2 cores? So how often, like, how much of its time is it actually going to spend at 6.1? And I've not tested that. It's actually been something I've kind of wanted to test, is, like, see, like, you know, what the typical, like, operating frequencies, like, average operating frequencies for a modern Intel CPU are in games, and also for an AMD CPU. So that would give you some idea of, like, well, if it's averaging, like, 5.5, then a static 5.7, like, if it's averaging 5.5, then the 6 GHz 2-core boost is, like, not actually getting used very much, is it? So it's not really a 6 GHz CPU, it's a 5.5 GHz CPU that sometimes hits 6 GHz. Whereas if it spends most of its time at almost 6 GHz, then okay, maybe the per-core thing is actually worth it. But if it spends most of its time at nowhere near that, then, like, why would you... You know, it's like single core boost, in my opinion, is actually just straight up useless. Because nothing you're going to realistically be doing is going to run on one core. Or, like, okay, the thing will run on one core and then there's everything else. So you're never going to reach single core boost when you, like, actually need it. So, like, single core is very silly to me. Dual core, you can make some arguments for that, I think. But then the, like, difficulties of stress testing it, and it's just like, man, I don't want to deal with that. So with, like, an i9, I would probably just not do anything. And then with something like the i5, well, there you actually have headroom for a pretty substantial all-core overclock, so why not? Right, and if you have something like a 14700 KF, or K, you can also just ditch the hyper-threading to give yourself some extra thermal headroom, and you should be able to do like 5.6, I think, on most of them. And this is one thing that frustrates me. On, like, one hand, I'd like to test, like, I'd like to have more data But I don't want to put the effort into gathering it, and I definitely don't want to spend money on it. I want data with none of the expenses. Like, I could be entirely wrong about that. Like, I've not actually checked if, like... Oh, man. Are we seriously gonna just, like, walk all the way down to, like, garbage speeds? Get Discord supporters to help. In what way? Well, like, get them to do the testing. Nah. I really don't want to have to manage other people. Like, if there was some, like, I would probably be a lot more inclined to doing, like, per core, frequency tuning. If there was, like, a... Like, I want to know what, like, Intel uses to validate their boost system. Or what AMD uses to validate their boost system. If I had, like, if you had access to that software, then it's like, oh, this actually isn't that big a deal. But as it is, it's like, you need to, like, try to get, like, you just have to hope that whatever stress testing utility you're using, which I think probably the best support for per core is OCCT. And it's like, yeah, so you gotta hope that whatever OCCT's, like, per core cycling system does is, like, accurate to real-world use. And what if it isn't? And then you get the, like, with Ryzen, it's really bad where you end up in that situation of, like, oh, you try to open a browser, your system crashes. You try to watch a YouTube video, your system crashes. You open a you move the mouse too quickly on the desktop, your system crashes. That kind of thing, right? If you push the boost algorithm just a little bit too far. And that'll happily pass all kinds of stress tests, but it will not handle very low load. Because at very low load, you get all of the boost and none of the stability. So that's not great, right? That's like a problem. And no, I don't think high VDDQ is good. High VDD2, on the other hand, I might have a chance, but we'll check. If this still doesn't work, we're dropping to 7600. I actually don't care. It kind of makes me wish... The funny thing is, like, oh, I kind of wish I had done this overclock on, like, a more cost-effective motherboard. Like, say, the ITX Z790 Edge, because I still have that thing. But the issue is, like, yeah, but what if I switch to the Edge and the memory overclocking gets even worse? You know, that's the fun part. It's like, oh, this is bad. Well, it could be worse. Uh, 14th gen doesn't have an integrated voltage regulator for the cores. The integrated voltage regulator is for the system agent and the VDD-QTX voltage. All of the cores run off of E-core, which means if you want to run high E-core clocks, you need a ton of E-core, which means your P-cores end up running infernally hot. Because all of the cores on a 14th gen run off of the same voltage, and you can't change it per core at all. What do you mean, whoa, still going? The stream is only 3 hours long. Do I look like I have a life? What would I do? It's like, if I turn the stream off, I still need to deal with this. Can set offset voltage to E-cores, I believe. The L2 cache voltage, yes, but not the actual cores as far as I know. Man. Well then, 7600 it is. It really needs to stop crashing though. Like, this is getting ridiculous. You know what would be... You know, if this doesn't get better at 7600, I'm gonna take the 8000 rated kit and see if that works. If it doesn't, then something broke in between the last time I used the CPU and now. Or maybe I just, like, didn't mount the CPU right in the board, in which case this video idea is cancelled. I'm gonna go do something else. It's like 7600 in my experience is like, at least on the 1 dim per channel boards, was like not super cursed. Or at least it didn't seem super cursed. In factory vid, sure. I mean, I posted a picture of it on Twitter, if you mean the, like, the VF curve. Funnily enough, somebody managed to... somebody posted their own CPU, which has a worse vid for 6 GHz, but mine actually has a worse vid at lower frequencies. This is what a 91 SP rating gets you. Also, I think the 6 GHz vid has gone up since the last time I've checked this table. I'm pretty sure it was 1.498 the last time I checked. Some of the refresh 4 dimmers seem to do 7600 pretty reliably. Based on... Because, like, I can't do that. Then again, I seem to have the worst luck with Intel CPUs that, like, is possible. Actually, no, that's not true. My 14900K isn't as bad as my 13900K. My 13900K is truly terrible. Like, I'd be happy if 4 dimmers reliably did 7200 for me. But they don't. Of course my vids are worse than yours. So, funnily enough, I know of somebody who has a 13700, I think it's a 13700K, or KF, that does 8000 on a Gigabyte B760 board. 4 dimmer B760 board. And it's like, so, you know, that's the CPU that Gigabyte used to make the QVL. Oh, wait, that's FFT. Oops. Wrong workload. I've seen a 1.503 volt 6 GHz vid. That was like a reply to my Twitter post. Oh, whoa, somebody bought the albums. I am very surprised that people like the music I make. Like, a lot. Because I don't like the music I make. Actually, that's not true. I like some of it. I don't like most of it. That's not really that true. Well, the issue is that I make, like, the music I make in a, like, one of the goals is to just be background noise, and so it's like, well, if I can tolerate it, and it's like, then it, you know, it does its job as being background noise, so I guess I like it as background noise. It's not very melodic. Yeah, so I don't particularly... Is that the music we're listening to right now? Yes. All of the music on stream is made by me. It's not very melodic. Yeah, that's... Like... I can't write melodies. And I also don't really want to. Like, most of my musical ideas aren't melodies. They're mostly just like, oh, wouldn't it sound cool? Because, like, most of what I listen to is, like, metal. And it's, like, mostly extreme metal genres at that. So some of the, like, some of the least melodic metal that you can really find, and that's where I draw most of my inspiration from, so... You know. It's kind of that. And I really like this one, as well as the track that's right after this one. Well, at least 7600 seems to not be super cursed. So now, like, I don't get why there's such a harsh well... No, I don't get it. Because there's, like, in my experience, there's, like, a really hard transition between, like, VT3 works and VT3 doesn't. Like, it's not, like, you'd think it would be like, oh, the stability, like... you know, slowly goes, like, it gets, like, steadily less and less stable. But no, it's, like, works, and then you raise the frequency by a couple megahertz, and it doesn't work. So it's like, oh yeah, 7600 works, and then it's like, what about 76? And that potentially won't. At all. And it won't be like, oh, it's kind of stable. It's just like, nope. Now, modern Intel CPUs do have per core ratio, so you can run different core clocks at the same voltage across the CPU. So if, like, some cores can do significantly higher clocks than others at the same voltage, then you can run those cores at higher clocks. Though, there's not usually too much of a gap between the cores on the same CPU. Like, I think at most it's like 200 megahertz or something. Nah, 6400 should really work unless it's like a 2x32. And having issues posting, I'm assuming you're actually... Oh, with XMP enabled, so you are actually able to get it to boot at all. Are you using a contact frame? Oh, you are using a contact frame. Yeah, ditch the contact frame. Try it without the contact frame and it'll probably work. If it still doesn't work, then you have major issues ahead of you. But if you are using a contact frame, I would definitely try it without it. Because in my experience, some boards, for some reason, really hate it when you, like, mess with the mounting pressure. SoundCloud for... I do have a SoundCloud, but it doesn't have all of the music. I also have a Bandcamp. I would actually prefer it if you just went to the Bandcamp. And the Bandcamp is in the description. I feel like the chip is running way hotter on this board than it did on the Gigabyte board. That might explain why this chip was crashing on like auto settings on the Gigabyte board in Cinebench. Gigabyte was probably really optimistic with the load line calibration. Yeah, also the performance is like terrible and the frequencies look really bad. Let me check the Gigabyte video. Wait, do I even show the CPU frequencies in the Gigabyte video? Oh, no, I didn't! Ah! What about the other one? Wait, I see gigahertz. Or was it? No? Oh! Oh, wait, no, these are... Oh, those aren't from the Y-Cruncher run. Well, I have no idea what it's supposed to run like. Thanks, Mark Central, for the $5. No, if you have a 5200 kit, no, if you mess up the mounting pressure on the socket, it won't work at high speeds. It will work at low speeds. It'll work at like 4800 and 5200. That's why you can still get into the BIOS. But like from 6000 and up, if you screw up the mounting pressure, it will not work. I would really recommend ditching the contact frame. Yeah, so my previous video with these memory sticks was on a Gigabyte Aorus Pro X. I mean Master X. It topped out at 6933. I haven't tried the Thermalright contact frame, but the Thermal Grizzly one. So the first revision Thermal Grizzly one was like super touchy because like you couldn't tighten it all the way at all. The new one you're supposed to be able to tighten it all the way, but I tried it and it just doesn't work. Or it causes memory issues. Anyway, I'm not gonna, and actually I've heard of people having issues with the Thermalright frame as well, but I think that's a lot rarer. No, I'm not sure. Like, I just know that, like, I've seen quite a few people... Like, I've run into quite a few instances of people posting on, like, Reddit or sending me an email or something where they're like, oh, my memory no worky. And I'm like, do you have contact frame? And they're like, yes. And I'm like, remove contact frame. And then memory suddenly worky. And it's like, yeah, that's why. I didn't really pay much attention to which specific contact frame they were using, but a lot of the time... If, like, you're at relatively low speeds, like 6,000-ish, and your memory isn't working, and you have a contact frame, I would, like, the first thing I would check is the contact frame. Because I also have some other boards where, like, you washer mod them, and they just don't work at all. thanks, Eric, for the 10 bucks. Like, I would try the stock loading mechanism from Intel, just to check that your memory actually works. Because, like, the stock loading mechanism from Intel, yes, it sucks and everything, but, like, at least I don't think I've ever had memory issues with it. Whereas with anything, like, so, like, it might bend the CPU, but apparently Intel, like, designed the CPUs to bend or something, because I can't say I've ever had actual, like, memory problems with the stock mounting frame. With the stock loading mechanism, whereas like washer mods and like everything else, I've had problems potentially. Nah, the CPUs still bend. They didn't change anything. Like, physically the CPUs are the same. They still bend the same. Yeah, test memory OC with stock mechanism and then install the mounting frame. That's not necessarily a problem. I mean, yeah, well, it's thermally, if you have, like, it depends on a variety of factors, right? Like, if you have a very flat water block, it's a problem, because you're not going to be able to unbend the CPU with raw mounting pressure. Does the contact frame instantly fix thermal issues? No, it depends on the cooler that you're using. Like, the cooler I'm using here right now, when I take this cooler off, there's a very clear imprint right in the middle of the CPU of where, like, the die is. Like, you can tell where the die is because the thermal paste is, like, not there at all. So this thing, like, the base of this is pretty curved. So it just, like, makes contact with the center of the IHS anyway. But I have some other AIOs which are, like, lapped pretty substantially, just because, like, I've run them with liquid metal or whatever. And those give you a really bad contact pattern, which is what the contact frames are supposed to fix, is if you have a really flat heatsink, then the fact that the CPU is bending is a problem. But if you have a typical cooler is actually designed with a bit of a curve to it, because, like, CPUs don't tend to come flat from the factory, and they get even less flat when they're installed into basically any CPU socket. Actually, no. Well, yes. The Intel HEDT socket bends the CPU upwards, so, like, the middle gets high. Mainstream sockets generally bend the CPU inwards, so the middle gets low. And so water block designers and, like, heatsink designers generally curve the base of the heatsink so that it makes contact with the center, because the center is where the die is, at least if you're not on an AMD CPU. So, you know, the fact that you're not making contact everywhere else is a lot less important than, like, making sure that you have contact in the middle. So heatsinks typically come with a slight curve to basically counteract the fact that CPUs just come in all kinds of shapes and sizes, because manufacturing tolerances cost too much. Can you direct die? No, this is an AIO. Why would I... Like, also, if I ever want to run the CPU on liquid nitrogen, then direct die, like, bad. Unless you're talking to somebody else in chat. Because, yeah, for liquid nitrogen, the solder is actually just better than anything else. Because running liquid nitrogen direct... Like, yeah, the solder is actually just better for liquid nitrogen. Because you can't run liquid metal on liquid nitrogen, it stops working. Which I do realize I haven't run liquid nitrogen in ages, but it is something that I still want to do, and I don't really want to, like, reduce the pool of parts that I can do it with. Well, 7600 is very, very stable, isn't it? I mean, I say that, and we've only been here for 800 seconds, but this is, like, way more stable than 7800, so... I kind of wonder if there's, like... Like, if there's some, like, small tweak I can do to fix 7800, but I doubt it. I really doubt it. Which is better, Corsair CL30 or CL30 26400 for 7800 X3D? If you're a beginner and don't have much memory tuning experience, I would highly recommend that you go with 6000 CL30, because it'll actually, like, I shouldn't say definitely work, but the probability that it's not going to work is extremely low, whereas 6400 CL32 not working is actually relatively common. Also, some motherboards might default your 6400 to 2-to-1 mode, and then your performance is gonna suck. Your opinion on the 64 gig DIMMs coming out? They're definitely going to be a better option than running 432 gig DIMMs. For people who need a ton of memory capacity. I don't think the 14900 KS exists. So I've heard that on AMD you can do dual rank all the way up to like 7800 or something stupid like that. I haven't tried it myself yet, but like I am looking for like I will be trying that. It's just like I want to get this Intel stuff over with and then do the AMD stuff. They must collect the gold bins. I doubt it. Like, unless they're actually planning a SKU, there's no reason for them to do that. Also, I don't think they have much room for binning 14th gen much harder. Considering how, like, oof some of the 14900Ks are. Well, that didn't last very long at all. Man, so 7800 is really broken. No, I think 14900K is oof because it has much larger quantities than the 13900KS did. So like there's a lot of CPUs that are just less good now. Because they need to pass more chips to have volume. $14900KS. But, like, from a performance perspective, it is a pretty pointless SKU. Like, I don't know, I'm not really a fan of Intel just, like, and from an overclocking perspective, it's like, well, sure, it's unlocked, but, like, it's not going to overclock because it's already binned to, like, if it's binned to 6.2 gigahertz, you think it's going to do 6.5 or something? You don't think they advanced their node during production for better yields? 13th gen was definitely an improvement over 12th gen in terms of clocks, but 14th gen? Is there any evidence of 14th gen being anything other than 13th gen with more voltage? So, like, yeah, like, I don't, like, I don't know if a 14900 KS does or doesn't exist. I really don't think it does. I also don't really see the... Okay, well, I can kind of understand the people, like, the people who are like, oh, I must have the best whatever no matter what, and I'm willing to spend just stupid amounts of money on it. I mean, actually, I can't understand them, but I understand that they exist. I acknowledge the concept of these existences. Because I personally, like, I don't bin anything. Like, I don't bin CPUs, I don't bin motherboards, I don't even bin GPUs. I just kind of run whatever. And it's just like... So I personally don't like the fact that Intel is binning their CPUs harder than ever before, because there's just no overclocking headroom. They're binning it today, like, it's just gone. It's like, oh, you want overclocking headroom? You need to buy an i5. And even the i5-14600K is, like, removing overclocking headroom compared to the 13600K. Right, because the 13600K had, like, a max boost of, like, 5.1. So, like, that had a ton of overclocking headroom, and the 14600K, I think, is, like, 5.4? Like, back in the day, like, in the golden age of overclocking, Intel basically didn't bin CPUs at all. Your i5, like, the i5-2500Ks have, like, a silicon quality range of, like, garbage tier CPUs do, like, 4.4 or 4.5 at 1.45 volts, and God tier CPUs did, like, 5.3 or more at 1.45 volts, right? So you had, like, this 800 megahertz gap between a bad i5 and a really good i5, because Intel just did not give a damn what they were shipping, because all of the chips were shipping at like 3.4 gigahertz stock or something. Actually, it might have been like 3.3. And so you had, but even that 3.3 gigahertz potato, like the, you know, like even the 4.4 gigahertz potato CPU had a substantial overclock over its stock 3.3 gigahertz configuration. Right? That's still like a 30% overclock if you're going from 3 point something to like 4 point something. And now we have modern Intel CPUs where it's like, yeah, it comes at like 5.5 gigahertz stock and there's no headroom. But it's unlocked and you get to pay extra for it being unlocked. Like, I'd rather have the like 3 gigahertz and then unlimited and like just insane overclocking headroom, and some being like really, really, really good and some being terrible, to be completely honest, than what we have right now where it's just like, yeah, I guess overclocking is like supported or whatever. And I find it really funny that like, because overclocking, like because the manufacturers have been binning the overclocking out of the CPUs basically, you have all of these like extra, like they keep shoving more and more like overclocking features. And it's like, yeah, but even if you tune all of this, you're never gonna match that like 30% overclock that you got on an i5 back in like 2012. Because there isn't 30% headroom, right? A 30% overclock on a 5.5 gigahertz stock CPU is like, that's approaching 7 gigahertz, isn't it? Yeah, like this is not happening. It just isn't happening. Like, also, I really hate the beginning of this album. I'm just gonna skip that. You can undervolt even the non-K chip. Oh wait, no, they disabled that because of vulnerabilities, didn't they? How convenient. AMD's most overclockable CPU is the 7800X3D, so of course that's completely locked down. You know what? I kind of wonder if 7733 is like at all functional. Also, I wanted to try do something about the temperatures. Intel's fails. I'm pretty sure that's what it's running for my CPU. Let's try typical. I think the board is running way more voltage than necessary. Because I don't remember the chip running this hot on Gigabyte. Like, it ran hot, but it wasn't, like, constantly thermal throttling. Also, I have the CPU set to 255 watt limit, because, like, the 280 AIO isn't really up to handling much more than that. Why don't RAM have multiple XMP profiles? Some kits do, but like for whatever reason, a lot of memory manufacturers don't bother with that. Like Kingston does it, and Patriot does it, and I can't think of anybody else off the top of my head that does it. Yeah, Patriot will put multiple XMP profiles on their memory sticks, Kingston will put multiple XMP profiles on their memory sticks, and nobody else does, as far as I'm aware. I have a power limit set to 255. I think it's running a big... No, I think it's actually still running at the same temperatures. Wait, did I drop it to 7600 already? Oh, I did, didn't I? Oh wait, no, we're at 7733. Man, see, this is the thing. Like, 7800 just, like, falls apart very, very quickly, and then you just drop the frequency by, like, one step, and suddenly it's, like, completely stable. Actually, this isn't even a full step. This is 66 megahertz. I mean, mega transfers. And, like, suddenly it's way more stable. Like, I don't, like, get it. How that works. It's such a hard transition. Of, like, doesn't work, works. So for 13900KS, the SP ratings work differently from 14th gen. Well, I guess 7600 it is then. What? No, wrong. Eight plus 16, 400 amps. Wait, this is for the 125 watt processors. Wait, what is the 14900K? Oh, it's a 125. Oh, cool. Wait, what? Why does it... What's the 150 watt spec then? They don't make a 150 watt CPU. Oh wait, this is 13th gen, so that's 13900 KS, isn't it? Right? Oh yeah, so that's the KS. The KS is spec. The thing is, I don't get what their extreme config is supposed to be, so... I'm assuming there's a note somewhere. The ICC Max 400 amps is an optional extreme power delivery spec which opportunistically allows better multi-core performance based on customer designs, power delivery, and if thermal headroom exists. I'm reading that as you can pull 400 amps all day, every day, as long as you can, like, cool it. And your VRM doesn't burn up. Also, that 400 amp spec exists for the 125 watt CPUs as well. It's right there. And, like, it literally, like, is optional extreme power delivery spec, which opportunistically allows better multi-core performance based on customer design power delivery, and if thermal headroom exists. I am not seeing anything about, oh, this will break the CPU. Yeah. 408, 1.4 volts? No, just 400 amps, period. Which, if we're talking about electromigration, that's actually all that matters. I don't know, as far as I know, the voltage doesn't affect electromigration. Like, at all. It's just about the current. Good luck cooling 400 amps. Yeah, that's a whole nother matter. But considering this is an Intel, like, stock operating spec, I'm gonna assume this is up to 100 degrees Celsius. Right? Because that's the stock thermal limit. And it says thermal headroom exists, and, like, the way Intel's boost system works is, like, it'll keep pulling more power until it hits 100 degrees. Right? Like, it's not gonna throttle itself before it hits 100 degrees Celsius. So I'm assuming, yeah, you can sustain 400 amps indefinitely at 100 degrees Celsius without degrading the CPU. Now, what voltage that happens at depends on what workload you're running. And what temperature you're at, and like that kind of thing, but, yeah, I'm not seeing any reason that 400 amps in and of itself should be a problem. Good luck cooling it. 400 amps at 1.4 volts would be 560 watts. Yes, but you'd hit 400 amps on an Intel CPU, I think, at like 1.3. You wouldn't be getting to 1.44 volts. Linear with current? I don't know. But, like, if, like, this seems, like, I'm assuming Intel expects this to last at least until the end of the warranty period, right? Well, I guess they could be burning up the safety margin, right? Because the CPUs ship with, like, a massive safety margin. So I guess if the idea is, like, yeah, if you run the CPU at this level, at this, like, load, for long enough, the safety margin will just be gone. Is like, I guess the spec could work that way, but that doesn't seem very realistic. Because historically, CPU manufacturers have, like, CPUs don't die, generally speaking. Like, they're kind of indestructible. Unless you do something really, really stupid with them. So yeah, I don't think there'd be anything in the Intel, like, in Intel's own, like, electrical spec here, where it's like, oh, this is gonna make the CPU fail in less than, like, 10 years or something. ASUS boards have set 500 amps. Yeah, they do. Actually, it's 511, because binary things. Actually, I kind of want to... Wait, where's the... Wait, where does it show what it's, like, throttling off of? Yeah, thermal limit, power limit. Oh wait, I have them disabled. I should fix them, right? Or do I have to... No, I have to hit insert. So we have... TDC... I'm not seeing the, like, current limit there. Oh, okay, yeah, I see it now. ICC Max, PL4, SVID, DDR. Okay, cool. So anyway, we're gonna hit VT3. It's not hitting it. I mean, it is currently at 500 amps, but okay. Well, I'll drop it to 7600 and 400 amps and we'll see. Ambient room temp? I think like 18, 19C right now. I mean, we can try... We'll start with a 320 amp limit, because that's like the typical configuration. And then we'll also try the 400 amp limit. Wait. Oh. It wakes up from standby and goes to 107C. Are you sure your cooler is, like, turning on? It could also be bugged out. You have to enable ICC Max. Yeah, I just noticed that ASUS BIOS has, like, extra settings. You sure your pump is running? And the box shuts down. No, if the system is shutting down, the CPU is tripping the thermal limit. And the thermal trip point, I'm pretty, like... Are you sure your pump is running? Because, like, just, like, if the pump isn't running after it wakes up, then you wouldn't, like, your radiator would stay cold because the hot water would just sit in the pump until the CPU thermal, like, turns off. You could try it with an air cooler. Maybe, move the fan, like, move the pump power to a fan header that's set to 100%. Actually, no. Move it to... Ideally, I would plug the pump directly into 12 volts. If you have something that you can just go from, like, a SATA... Like, from, like, power supply straight into the pump. So that the motherboard can't... Because if the motherboard is, like, derping out when it wakes up and it doesn't turn the pump on, then that would make perfect sense how you're getting to 107 degrees. Oh, forgot about that one. Oh. Yeah, now it's bouncing off the ICC Max. Also, the temperatures aren't completely ridiculous anymore. Oh, so that's why it wasn't thermal throttling on the Gigabyte boards. Neat. Yeah, because I was setting those to 320 current limit. I didn't think that was actually necessary. Okay, let's try 400. It'll be way more stable now. I kind of doubt that, but we'll see. Two is on CPU fan. Can I? No, plug it as directly into the power supply as possible. Wait, what are your fans plugged into? Move your plug your pump into whatever the CPU fans are plugged into, because if your CPU fans are going to 100% after the system turns on, then at least those definitely work correctly. Right? Because those are going to 100%. So plug your pump into whatever is going to 100%, because evidently whatever it's currently plugged into might not be turning it on. Okay, so let's see if it still hits the current limit at 400 amps. At what point, voltage-wise, do you think water cooling is required for DDR5? At absolutely no point is that ever required for DDR5. You can always just get a higher RPM fan. And earplugs. But, like, I've run, like, 1.75 volts with just a fan on the memory sticks, and it was fine. No, it's still managing to bounce off the power limit, but it's also managing to bounce off the thermals now. Yeah, because now, like, it's writing the power limit again, and it's hitting both, like, thermal, current limit, and package power. So now it's hitting absolutely everything. Oh well, back to 320 amps it is then. How is it possible to hit 400 amps at a 255 watt limit? It might be the load transitions. But yeah, you need to be like way below 1 volt to get to 400 amp. Like, the power limit is probably not enforced as strictly as the current limit. I don't know. I no longer care about the intricacies of Intel CPUs. So anyway, somebody said, oh, it'll be way more stable. Oh, really? To test VT3 without power limit? You know, I could also just not run Intel CPUs. Also, if I run it without the ICC Max, it's just gonna thermal throttle anyway. So it's like, either way, it's not gonna be pulling like unlimited power because it's just gonna be riding the thermal limit. Lessens the load on the CPU. Yeah, but like it's still gonna crash at 7800. Lowering the power thermal current limit to pass... Yeah, but I'm not doing it to pass a stress test. I'm doing it mostly because I don't want the CPU running at 100 degrees Celsius. This is running a lot longer than I thought it would. Did I forget to change the memory speed? No, we are at 7800. So that managed to do at least one loop, which could be a fluke, considering that it's an Intel CPU, so, you know, they'll randomly sometimes be somewhat more stable than they usually are. Or it could be the temperatures. But I have an idea for how to test that. Oh wait, not per core hyperthreading. Hyperthreading, goodbye. I'm using 1.3 TX and 1.15 SA. What's the cover speed? Like 1.06 right now? Something like that? No, it's still managing to get to 100 degrees. Oh, right, because Y-Cruncher is probably in one of those lovely workloads that actually just doesn't scale with hyperthreading properly. And it's bouncing off the current limit again. Have to properly undervolt? I'm not putting any time into... I am putting the absolute bare minimum amount of effort into this CPU. If Intel wanted better content, they should have sent a better chip. AMD CPUs don't have problems running without power limits. Maybe they should have designed a better boost algorithm. No, actually, I think AMD's like high temp stability advantage probably comes from the fact that the memory controller doesn't share its silicon with the cores. No, 1.25 SA is less stable than 1.15. Like, literally, the only configuration that ran 8200 at all for Y-Cruncher, the benchmark, today was 1.15 SA. Everything else crashes, and that 1.15 SA setup ran once. You have this here. Though, funnily enough, I'm currently getting the same numbers that I was getting, or like almost the same numbers as I was getting at like 6933 on the gigabyte board. Actually, I think it might be... Okay, it's about 0.05 faster right now, but the timings are like terrible. The one issue I've noticed is like this actually runs significantly faster if you don't have hardware info open, in my experience. AMD also caps the cores to 5. Yeah, but I'm not even getting anywhere near 5.5, so like, if Intel capped my CPU to 5.2, it actually wouldn't make a difference. Because it's a potato. Alright, oh, I accidentally stopped the workload. On more recent BIOSes, you're best leaving it at like 2000 or trying to push it to like 2133 or higher. Though 2000, like 2133 is not necessarily going to be stable for your FCLK. The thing is, this CPU actually on unlimited, with like no power limits, can't even run Cinebench. At least not on Gigabyte boards. I've not checked if that's also true for ASUS boards. I don't feel like checking it because it takes like 30 minutes to find out. And that's if you're lucky. Sometimes it lasts even longer than that before crashing, and it's just like... I don't wanna. I think this is a stupid CPU on a stupid platform with a stupid memory controller, and the only reason I'm doing anything with it is because I have one, and it's a review sample. Trying to do... No, I just want a nice solid memory overclock on these memory sticks. Which, I guess if I wanted a solid memory overclock, I should have just used AMD. Oh, well, it is a bit faster without hardware info, but not by much. 0.08 instead of 0.07. Also, it's like okay, so without the hyperthreading, it's like surprisingly stable, but if I turn it back on again, is it just going to fall apart immediately again? Took me 3 months. Is it actually truly stable? How many times did you stress test it? Where was it? Oh. Wait, where is the CPU configuration? Oh, there it is. It's like way up at the top. Eight hours VT3. Wait, that's it? Yeah, but Intel CPUs are very good at being functional at settings that are not stable. Like, I can quite happily bench, like on the Gigabyte board, I can quite happily bench, like, 3D Mark or whatever at, like, 7800. It lasts all of, like, 30 seconds in Karhu, but you can run benchmarks all day. I mean, I didn't try playing games with it. Actually, no, I did try playing one game at, like... Oh, no, I think that was, like, 7400 or 7600, not 7800, but... Yeah, so Intel CPUs and stability is, like... They're very good at giving the illusion of stability. It's especially funny when you get a memory error 16 hours into a stress test. Gotta love that. Oh, well, this... So... Wait, oh. Yeah, you know, it's my kind of memory controller. Mind you, this is at, like, admittedly this is on 48 gig DIMMs, but yeah, and this all passed, and then it's like, oh, hey there. I hope you didn't think this was gonna be stable. Also, that other screenshot where it errored out in 9 minutes, that's basically the same settings, just with CL32 instead of CL30. So it actually, like, I loosened the timings out and it got worse. We're still at 7800, right? So, like, the really fun thing with Intel CPUs is you can just sometimes reboot them a bunch of times, and sometimes it'll run, and sometimes it won't. $5,000% takes, like, not that long off the top of my head, I want to say? Could it be the OS's? No, it's not the OS, because if I drop the speed, those errors go away. Also, if I use the same OS with AMD CPUs, it doesn't happen. The only CPU... Actually, that's not true. AMD CPUs at, like, DDR5-8000 will also quite happily spit out a memory error at, like, 16 hours into Karhu. But usually that's an indication that some of your voltages are a bit too high or something. Whereas with Intel, at some point, it's just like, I've tried so many different combinations of voltages and came to the conclusion... Like, I found every combination of settings that doesn't work for DDR5-8000. Including multiple different combinations of motherboards. Wait, so you're gonna be like, oh, you stress testing with VT3 with a power limit is not good enough, but like 5,000% Karhu is good enough for a gaming build. Karhu doesn't even pull anywhere near as much power as Y-Cruncher does. For an error to show up after 16 hours. I've had that happen on both AMD and Intel, though. The error at 16 hours. It's just that at Intel it happens at kind of pathetic speeds. Because, like, at like DDR5-7600, I'm pretty sure you can run... Like, you can basically use auto voltages, and you can run it basically indefinitely. Wait, so now we can have hyper-threading turned on, and we can be at 7800, and it's, like, passing again. This is why I hate the Intel memory controller, because I turned... It crashed with hyper-threading turned on, I turned it off. It didn't crash. So I turned the hyper-threading back on again, now it works. Like, this is the most stable 7800 I've seen all day. And we have hyper-threading on, we have a 400 amp current limit that we're apparently not hitting. No, we are hitting it. And now it just works. What changed? No, this is on 400 amps ICC max. Or does it say where what the ICC max is? This is the power limit, but I have this power limit set to like 333. And like you can see the temperatures is back up at 100 across a bunch of cores. Like once this crashes, which I imagine it will, or at least I hope it will. You never know with an Intel CPU, it might take an hour. Hell, it might even finish this, but yeah, once it finishes, we can go into the BIOS and check. One way or another, we're going into the BIOS to check. Either I get bored or it crashes, one of the two. No, the cache ratio is still at 4.8 max. Because my theory... Oh, look, now we're at we're at freaking 3 loops of VT3. Because I have a theory that the Intel memory controller just, like, rolls a set of dice every time it boots up. And it just goes with whatever the hell happens. And it doesn't even matter if you have, like, fast boot enabled, because I've seen Intel CPUs fast boot into instability. Which, to be fair, AMD CPUs can also do that, but it only happens, like, there's, like, a specific bug that triggers that behavior. And it's, like, an issue, and I think they AMD... I'm pretty sure I've seen AMD, or someone from AMD claim that that bug is now fixed. I've not verified that myself, but that used to be a thing, that if you, like, disabled power down mode, and you kept your memory context restore enabled, you would... like, skip memory training into just the biggest blue screen ever. Like, the system was completely unusable. But if you kept power down mode turned on, yeah, you could skip memory training and, like, everything would just kind of work. And then there's Intel CPUs where, and the thing is, I ran into the, like, oh, you can fast boot previously stress tested settings into being completely unusable, on, like, 11th gen in Gear 2. I've never seen it happen in Gear 1, but Gear 2, I have seen it. And 12th gen does it, and 13th gen does it, and 14th gen does it. At which point it's like, okay, this is no longer about, oh, finding the right combination of settings to make it work, because if it randomly goes from working to not working, then how do I know if my setting adjustments are actually improving the stability when I can't even prove if it's stable or not? Because sometimes it passes and sometimes it doesn't. You don't even necessarily have to make any adjustments. Like, it's still running. And running? Like, it's thermal throttling all over the place. We have the hyper-threading turned on, and it's just running now. Previously, this didn't work at all. I didn't touch any of the bloody voltages. Why does it work now? Who knows? Why, yes, I do enjoy being freaking... having a CPU that plays games with you. Is your CPU load level? It's all default settings for the CPU. Lots of Intel employees? There's Intel employees here? I kinda doubt that. I would hope they have better things to do, like, I don't know, fix the damn memory controller. Like, I would not be surprised if it was something like the impedance matching resistors on the CPU, like, drift thermally by, like, a significant amount. And so, if you get unlucky, it just fails to work sometimes. But then, like, no, but it's thermal throttle. Like, the temperature should be similar to earlier in the stream when it didn't work at all, because it's just thermal throttling all over the place again. So I'm not sure how that would be the case right now. Maybe the, like, clock slides out of alignment? No, but I had this, I had the cache at 4800 even when it was completely unstable at 7800. Like, this is the thing, like, 7800 did not work. I turned off the hyperthread, then we messed around with some power limits, right, and suddenly 7800 works. Then I turned off the hyperthreading, and 7800, like, oh, so first, 7800 didn't work at all. Then I set a 320 amp current limit, the CPU stopped hitting the thermal throttle, and it's, like, ran, like, 2 loops of Y-Cruncher before erroring out. So it was noticeably more stable, because previously getting even 1 loop to pass was unthinkable, and it's like, okay, so maybe running lower temperatures fixes the stability. So I was like, okay, what if I raise the current limit back up and disable the hyperthreading? So I raised the current limit back up and disable the hyperthreading, because that should reduce the thermal density a bit. It didn't. The CPU was hitting, like, the temperatures we're seeing right now with the hyperthreading turned off. And maybe it was running very slightly cooler, but because this is a very memory-intensive workload, it actually isn't really that, like, it doesn't really benefit from hyperthreading. But anyway, so I turned the hyperthreading off, and it looks like, oh, it's more stable if the hyperthreading is turned off. So then I'm like, okay, well, what if we turn the hyperthreading back on again? It's going to be unstable again, isn't it? But it's working now. It is now working better than ever before. All I did was mess with power limits and whether the hyperthreading is turned on or off. I didn't touch the memory settings, I didn't touch the cache ratio, I didn't touch any of the freaking voltages, and suddenly it's working, because logic has escaped the building. Mind you, the CPU is bouncing off the thermal limit so hard that it's still not really pulling more than 240 watts average. So it's like, you can't even say, like, oh, it's pulling, like, no. Like, we're at 5.1 gigahertz. This previously didn't work. And this is why I hate the Intel memory controller so much, because you can literally sit there doing you could literally just reboot the system like 10 times and get 10 different results for stability, and it's just like, well, it's like, so boot 1, not stable. Boot 2, fucking works. Boot 3 doesn't work. Boot 4 works. Boot 5 works. Boot 6 doesn't work anymore. Like, you can't tune this because you have no, like, there's no correlation between action and reaction. Shit happens, and you don't even need to do anything. Right? Like, what I enjoy about overclocking is, like, I do X, X leads to Y, and, like, Y usually, like, the goal of Y is usually to increase performance. Like, I raise V-core, I get more core clock, I get more FPS, I'm a happy camper. Or, I raise memory voltage, I get more gigahertz, like, more memory clock, more FPS, I'm happy with that. And then there's Intel CPUs where I touch fucking nothing, and the stability changes. Or, I raise voltage, stability gets worse. I lower voltage, stability is still terrible. I raise voltage back up again, oh, the stability is now good. Okay, so, change something else, and the stability is gone again. So then I like undo whatever I just did. Oh, the stability is still completely trashed. It's like a slot machine. You know, you're sitting there, you're pulling on the lever, and you're like, oh, if I just pull the lever harder, I'm gonna win more. It's like, no, I'll pull the lever less hard, I'll win more. Or if I don't look at the loot box, it'll give me better loot. It's like the, you know, for Pokemon games, how there's like, oh, if you hold the A button while the Pokeball is doing the thing, it'll like increase your capture chance, which as far as I know, a lot of those myths for like, oh, you should like do whatever to make the capture rate higher. As far as I know, a lot of those were completely fake or like not a thing at all. I've not actually looked into if they were or were not a thing. And you would like do this thing and you just believe that it's actually doing something, but like, no. Bad capacitors in the CPU. Like, how is it? Like, it was never this stable. And now it just... Like, I was all like, oh, well, you know, like, 7800 doesn't work, so, like, I'm gonna run... And now it works. And it's just like, yeah, but I bet if I change any of the time, like... I go into, like, if I reboot the system, I imagine the stability is just going to disappear again, because it's an Intel CPU. That's how they work. Every time you turn the system on, you roll the fucking dice. Don't touch the timings. Reboot. Sure, let's reboot, because let's actually check the BIOS settings, right? Because is the ICC max at 400 or not? I'm pretty sure it's at 400 right now. No, but the i9s aren't the only CPUs where the memory controller behaves like this. So this happens on i7s, it happens on i5s, it happens on absolutely bloody everything that Intel made since 11th gen. Because the 11th gen memory controller also did this. But it was less of a, like, people didn't really pay that much attention to it, and I didn't really care, because it only happened in Gear 2, and it only really started becoming a problem once you went above 4600. And the funny thing about Gear 2 on 11th gen is that, well, one, 11th gen was bad, so I don't know why you'd want to run it in the first place. But two, if you had an 11th gen, you'd probably want to run it with Samsung B-Die in Gear 1, because for Gear 2, you'd be running Hynix DJR, and Hynix DJR kind of freaking sucks from a performance perspective. So, you know, the fact that, like, the stability was just non-existent in Gear 2 at high memory speeds was like, yeah, but who cares? Nobody does that. Whereas with DDR5 on Intel, it's like, well, Gear 2 is the only option, unless you want to make your CPU slower, in which case we have Gear 4. But for DDR5, there's only Gear 2. And Gear 2 still retains that cursed behavior that 11th gen had of stability changes randomly for no reason once you set the memory speed high enough. Anyway, internal CPU, yeah, so that was with 400, 300, like... I am not going to change any settings, okay? Let's see if anything changes. What do you mean it'll make 7800 possible? It literally was just running 7800. I changed nothing. I bet it's not gonna crash now, is it? And the worst part is whenever you feel like it's gonna work, that's you know, when you finally get your hopes up, crashes. Wouldn't I have to set the internal CPU power management to auto for that? Well, now it's working again. Is something wrong with your cooler? It's a 14900K. And also, Y-Cruncher is very, like, inconsistent in terms of loading. Still 25C is a big differential. Yeah, so this is working again. This is so stupid. Because, like, I bet if I touch any timings, it'll just break again. Or maybe it won't. Who knows? Like, maybe it's just decided that now it's gonna work. Okay, well, we'll just try the enforce all limits. Time to relax the timing and watch it crash. Yeah, I was thinking, like, loosen TRCD by 2 ticks. Or change TRAS by 2 ticks. I don't think the enforce all limits did anything. Because we're back up to like 100 degrees. Also, the max temperature on all of the P cores is like 8700, 8600, 85. Oh, this one's at 79. How is that core not managing to hit the temperatures that everything else is? That one just getting less work. That's this core, right? No, it's this one. Oh, that one's running lower average frequencies. So I guess that one just boosts less or something, which is why it runs cooler. I don't think the PL is gonna kick in unless I set the stuff to auto. I'm not seeing any difference in how the chip is boosting. It's still boosting about the same as it did before. Yeah, and the performance is basically the same. Yeah, I know it's temp limited. I didn't think that changing the MCE to on when like I have custom power limits set wouldn't do anything. Okay, now I'm wondering though, is this gonna like drastically differ? Actually, at 7800, this will probably take forever to error out. Yeah, because this thing can run Y-Cruncher at like 8000. The benchmark. So this will take forever to show up, like, to spit out an error. Wait, how the hell is Karhu hitting 100 degrees? Dude, what core voltage are we at? Because that is ridiculous. We're at 1.4 volts? Why? Oh, look. Oh, man. Oh, thank you, Intel. Thank you for demonstrating my fucking point. I've never been so happy to see an error. Please. Oh, see, so Y-Cruncher VT3 at 7800 for like earlier in the stream did not work at all. But it doesn't matter because at 7800 I can't run a single or like even 10 minutes of freaking Karhu, a memory stress test that most people would tell you is actually easier to run than Y-Cruncher. Except it isn't when you have an Intel memory controller, because my theory is that the Intel memory controller just hates certain data patterns. Or it's like either there's like jitter in the clock, or it's super thermally sensitive, which I'm not sure actually makes sense considering that Karhu was somehow running at similar temperatures to Y-Cruncher just now. Or it like hates certain access patterns where it's like, yeah, if your ones and zeros are just organized slightly differently, I can't read them. It's like 1 0 like 1 0 1 0 1 0 0 1 1 0 1. That's fine, but 1 1 1 0 1 0 not fine. I can't read that 0. There's too many ones around it. Don't back down the memory. I'm not, dude. No, I'm not doing this silly dance. I am done with the Intel. We're just gonna set everything to auto now, because like, right? Because we've disabled MCE. The density of the paths. What do you mean by that? I'm not I'm not an electronics engineer, so it's like I understand the gist of how DDR works. Definitely don't understand the actual intricacies of, like, say, designing a memory topology so that it doesn't suck, or tuning a memory, or like I understand what the point of termination resistors is, but I don't understand the physics that go into why they exist. Do I really run ICC? I guess we'll see. But either way, like, this isn't stable. Like, it can't run Karhu. So, like... yeah, okay, we're at... Nah, now it's hitting the 253 limit. Actually, it's set to 253 on both power limits now. I know, that's C state. And it's not hitting the ICC... Oh, right, because that's going to be set impossibly high again. Well, whatever. Like, it's not like this is going to crash now, even though we can't run Karhu. What load volts are you pulling? Well, for Y-Cruncher, it runs at about 1.1. Okay, 1.15-ish. Can you disable round-trip latency? Oh, I haven't done that yet. Though, honestly, I'd rather run round-trip latency enabled at 7600 than 7800 without it. Karhu was almost 1.4. Well, yeah. 1.15 at 5 gigahertz? Nobody said Intel's stock VF curve is well optimized. Like, this is Intel's stock boost behavior. Like, like, I know it's way too much voltage for 5 gigahertz, but, like, I think, explaining why I'm running the CPU at, like, 5.5 gigahertz in a short, like, in a video is gonna be more annoying to do than just leaving the CPU on auto and ignoring the behavior of the CPU. Because I'm pretty sure this chip can do like 5.5 at 1.15. What should make a difference? The frequency? Maybe. Here's the thing with my view on the Intel memory overclocking videos. I've just kind of given up on them. Also, like, this didn't make the stability change at all, so I don't know what we're even doing here, because the main problem is that Karhu can't run. So let's see what Karhu does. I'm assuming it's still going to run at, like, insanity volts, right? Yeah, it's back up at 1.4, because Intel things. Though, the CPU temperatures seem kind of... Wait, why are the CPU temperatures normal now? The core voltage is still sky high. Oh, wait, nope, there we go. Now it's thermal throttling again. This is just so stupid. Karhu isn't fully loading the cores. Well, it is now, because we're hitting thermal throttling again. But it doesn't matter, it already errored out once, I didn't change anything, so this doesn't, like, even if it doesn't error out again, then, like, it doesn't mean anything. far did it get last time? I don't know, like errored somewhere before 2 minutes, I think. Maybe 3. It's probably not going to error out for like another 16 hours knowing the Intel memory controller, because that's like, again, I have literally like, you know, 6800, CL30, 16 hours for one error. Oh boy, Karhu sucking up all the memory is making the OS really slow. Oh boy. Ugh. Anyway, and then we have 6800, CL32, everything else exactly the same. Oh, it errored out in 9 minutes. Why? I don't know. I don't want to know. At this point, I don't care. Data you want to capture? I don't want to capture any data. Like, at this point, like, I basically just want some memory overclock on these memory sticks that isn't completely unstable. And just go like, look, you can buy, like, low-end DDR... Because for me, the point is, like... Because I see a lot of people going and, like, buying, in my opinion, insanely priced memory sticks, when it's like, you could literally buy a 6000 rated kit, and it'll hit the same limits as like an 8000 rated kit, because guess what? Your CPU is probably going to be the bigger issue. Like, you're probably better off running a 6000 rated kit on an Apex than an 8000 rated kit on a Z790 Master. Because one of those might actually work. Anyway, I can't wait to try these Corsair memory sticks on an AMD memory controller, though. Kind of regret the fact that I didn't ask for any A die in a 6000 CL30 bin, because 7600 CL30 on AMD is so easy. Like, you can literally run it, at least on Gigabyte boards, it works on auto settings. Except for, like, memory voltages. You need to set the memory voltages through the roof. Because well, actually, you don't even need to set the memory voltages. You just need to set VDD to, like, 1.75. And you can do, like, CL30 at 7600. And it's rock stable. You don't have, like, it's great. Yeah, well, Intel's spec for 14th gen and, like, 13th gen is, please observe, DDR5-5600, and that's not always, that's up to. Because if we go into the actual memory spec for, say, 13th gen, like 13900KS, right, it's up to 5600. We can go take a look at some other 13th gen chips. Like, we could take the, where is the 13900K? Ah, yes. Yeah, so up to 5600, but there's a kicker to that. The memory. Okay, so DDR5, unregistered DIMMs, 1 DIMM, wait. So 2 DIMMs, dual rank, that's limited to 3600. 2 DIMMs, 1 rank, wait, these are SODIMMs? Wait, SHX, wait, these are laptop chips? No, this is DDR5, this is desktop. Wait, oh, I'm reading the laptop section, wait. Oh, right, so 1 DIMM per channel, 2 DIMMs per channel, wait a minute. But well, you'll notice that basically there's a lot of configurations of not 5600. Right, so it's like 1 DIMM per channel motherboards with 1 rank 5600, with 2 ranks 5200. 2 DIMM per channel motherboards 4400. Like, Intel And then it's like, oh, I wonder why the memory controller behaves like a cursed pile of garbage. Well, because Intel doesn't care what the memory controller does. Also, now it works. I changed nothing, and it works. Because Intel's memory controller can never make up its mind whether it's gonna crash or not. Like, now it's running like 6 times longer than last time, and there's no errors. It's like, oh, well, what did I change? I didn't change anything. I, like, changed the power limits. That has totally everything to do with CPU stability, doesn't it? I mean, with memory stability. As somebody who absolutely hates randomness in freaking video games, can you imagine how I feel about the Intel memory controller? Is there randomization in the order in which it loads the memory ICs at all? Probably. I don't know if the memory is addressed the same way every single time. We kind of have to give Intel... Sure, but, like... I wish the memory controller just didn't have this behavior. VDD2 too high? It's at 1.4. Unless you mean I should try it at like 1.3 or something. Now, the thing is, I'm not even sure that it would, like, if it was a weak, like, memory cell, you would think that the instability would show up, like, across multiple different systems consistently. Right? Because, like, oh, there's, like, one memory cell where, like, you can't do a read operation at 6800 or 7800 megabits per second or whatever. But, like, why doesn't that happen on AMD CPUs then? At like the same speed, why don't I get the same results on like other CPUs or on other motherboards? Because like as far as I know, like the memory stick has output buffers, so I'm pretty sure, not 100%, but I'm pretty sure the like voltage level that the actual like DRAM array is sitting at doesn't, or at least shouldn't, affect the output voltage level of the I/O circuitry. Right? Because I'm assuming that the buffers have like a fixed voltage that they're targeting. It's IMC VDD. It's at 1.4 right now. But hey, if you wanna wait, so Jordan Robinson 1 volt SA and 1.35 VDD2 for 7800. $74.66. Okay, well that makes a lot more sense. And at 8,000, at like very high frequencies, the AMD memory controller does start having some like rare errors, but they're like consistent. You don't get that like if you punch in settings that are almost stable on AMD, they're like almost stable consistently. Like it takes forever. Like and it's still annoying, but at least you don't get that like, oh, I didn't really change anything and the stability like is completely different from what it used to be. It's like, yeah, this errored out in like 30 minutes, so the second time it errored out in 25 minutes or 35 minutes, not 10 hours later. So anyway, we're dropping this to 7600 because I don't want to deal with this. Also, I'm setting the power limits to, like, manually. I don't really want the CPU, like, pulling infinite power. I don't even care if it's like, oh, that's not a valid way of stress testing Intel CPUs. It's just like... Like, I am done with Intel. I am so done. You have no idea how done I am with Intel. Like, there is very... I don't think... There is, like, one other piece of hardware that if somebody gave it to me, I would not want to use it. Or actually... Okay, no, that's not true. I don't hate the... Like, because the thing is, at the end of the day, Intel 14th Gen is very fast. It's really good if you don't care about it actually being stable. It's like, if I want to run benchmarks, it's great. It'll run benchmarks at memory settings that will never pass a stress test. Not in a million years. But it will run benchmarks. It'll get the biggest scores. Just don't try to actually do anything. So it's like the perfect, like, bench toy CPU. That'll probably actually work. Right. 44. So actually 44 would... no, I don't want to risk it. I am very lazy. I don't want to deal with any more instability. Screw this stupid CPU. And this stupid platform. Actually, minimizing this is pointless at this point. 12... 28... 16.8... Okay. 20, 20... 64. Actually, at 7600, it can probably do 62. And like 46 here. And then like 48. 48 auto. And I am happy with that. And honestly, that should probably work. Actually, I think AM5 still has sleep-related issues, doesn't it? No, I'm not running unlimited ICC Max. Oh, I should have it right disabled. Man, why does ASUS do that? Why is this setting labeled backwards? Yeah. Why is it labeled backwards? $7,600 on Apex is really disappointing, honestly. Tell me about it. Well, I still don't like this album. Or at least this part of it. It can... No, it can't do 7800. But hey, well, no, I'm not going to send you the CPU and the motherboard, because, like... I kind of want them. Just don't want to use them. Hardware hoarder things. Now I'm kind of wondering if, like, the MSI board would also do 7600 with these DIMMs. Potentially with a different CPU. Wouldn't it be really funny if it was unstable now? That would be really hilarious. I would die laughing if it errored out now. I'd also probably blame the primary timings for it. You were close. No, I wasn't! Literally earlier in the stream, I tried other voltage settings that were less stable at 8000. Like, there was no indication that it was going to be stable anytime soon because the stability was randomly changing from me adjusting settings that aren't related to the memory. Like, I have way too many past experiences of Intel systems running stress tests for almost 24 hours before producing an error. Or actually, in one instance, running, like... Oh, I don't know if I have that screenshot still, but I have a screenshot of an Intel CPU passing like 6... Like, it gets like 3 or 4 errors in a run of HCI memtest, right? In like 1700%, something like that. So like a ridiculous, like an overnight run of HCI. And so then I'm like, okay, I'm going to start another instance and see if I get those errors again. And they don't show up in another 2000% of runtime. I didn't even reboot the system, and magically the errors go away? Like, I'm sorry, but, like, no. Like, you can't work with that. I literally didn't even reboot the system, and the errors suddenly disappeared? So it's like, oh, now it's stable. No, it isn't. And that was at like 7800 on the, I think the 13900 KS? Yeah. Yeah, except HCI memtest runs at like 60 degrees Celsius. And you can't run it with the E-cores turned on. So that was no E-cores. And like, yeah, like, no. Intel CPUs are stupid, and I refuse to deal with them. Because the number of times I was like, oh, I am on the border of stability, and then I change one thing, and the stability is all gone, and then I undo the change, and the stability is still gone, and then it's just like, no. I spent like 6 months of last year telling myself, oh, I almost had it stable this time. Almost had it stable this time. I just need one more voltage adjustment, one more timing adjustment, one more motherboard, a different CPU, just one more memory kit. I'm sure it'll be stable. Almost got it this time. It just took 13 hours to error out this time. And actually, the best part was that HCI run was after I ran, like, YCruncher and TestMem5. So it's like, YCruncher passed, TestMem5, which was like 5 hours of TestMem5 passed, and then I ran HCI 1700%, 3 hours. Then I run another HCI instance, and that one never, like, I stopped it before it ever managed to get any more errors, because, like, the errors were just gone. I didn't even change anything. Honestly, if I had no morals, what I could have done was close the errored out instance and pretended that this overclock was stable. And then I'm finally figured out how to get 7800 to work on the 13900 KS. So yeah, this is my new method of Intel memory overclocking. Is just like as soon as the CPU starts doing weird shit, I am lowering the memory speed, because I am not dealing with weird shit. And I will continue lowering the memory speed until the weird shit goes away. Also, a lot of, like, people have said, oh, it's like EMI or like the power company or whatever. Yeah, but I run Ryzen systems like 3 days straight of stress tests and fine. Or you can also, like, run like over 24 hours on Intel at like DDR5-6000. Like, you just lower the memory speed and magically all of the weirdness goes away. The errors that happen after like 20 plus hours of runtime, yeah, those don't happen at 6000. I wonder why that would be. Maybe DDR5-6000 just emits a EMI shield around the system that it's running in, and therefore this memory stability is just infinitely better because suddenly the memory just generates its own freaking energy field. But no, the memory controller is just cursed, and I refuse to deal with it. Or more like, refuse to negotiate with it. Negotiations broke down when the voltages didn't work the first time around. Like, it's also entirely possible that I just have the world's worst luck with Intel CPUs. But, like, yeah, I am done. And I am also not gonna spend any more money on this. Which is sort of the main reason, like, while I've been kind of tempted by maybe picking up a 14700K, I haven't picked up a 14700K. Because, like, I've been through this dance before. I bought a 13900 KS that supposedly works at 8000, at least on an Apex. I never managed to get it to work at 8000. Got really damn close, but never to the point where I was like, oh yeah, this is now stable. Board lottery. Yeah, but I've tested, like, a lot of boards, and they all, like, behave, you know, like Z790 Dark, Z790 Tachyon, Z690 Tachyon, Z790 ITX Edge, the MSI board, the Apex, Errors go away, lower memory speeds because you're pulling less. I mean, I could intentionally raise the core voltage to insanity levels and still get no errors at like 6,000. Also, HCI mem test is not a high power draw stress test. Like, one of my theories for why HCI was like, that was the one that always was like, the issue is that it was also always the last test that I ran, so like, it inevitably was the last test to crash, because it was always the last one that I'd be running. But like, I did have this like theory that like, well, maybe HCI likes to crash, because unlike the other two stress tests, it runs like 30 degrees cooler. So it was the coolest running test, and it was also spitting out all of the errors. But I wasn't pulling 450 amps. I wasn't pulling 450 amps at 7800. I literally didn't have the E-cores turned on. No, I'm talking about the past tests, not the ones here right now. Like, look, if you want to make your own YouTube channel about how to overclock memory on Intel CPUs, be my guest. Though I should warn you, I'm not going to watch your videos, I don't care. What do you think about Intel not using hyperthreading anymore? Do we have any benchmarks of the CPUs with no hyperthreading? Because, like, I'm not aware of any benchmarks, and until we see benchmarks, like, how am I supposed to have an opinion? I was hitting ICC max during the test. Yeah, but I was referring to older testing for the Intel memory controller being a cursed pile of trash. Also, I bet it'll hit ICC max even at fucking 6,000 or like 6,400. I mean, for me, this isn't about notoriety. This is about, like, you know, providing useful overclocking information. And as far as I'm concerned, trying to, like, negotiating with, trying to get Intel CPUs to work at high memory speeds is a lost cause. I have seen no Actually, I actually underclocked the CPU to 5 gigahertz. I did do that. Because I was like, oh, I can't figure out why Y-Cruncher keeps crashing. I decided to underclock this. Wait, was it for Y-Cruncher? I underclocked the CPU for something. Because I did, like, that theory did occur to me at one point. Was like, oh, I'll just run the CPU at 5 gigahertz. That'll fix the stability issues. No, it fucking didn't! Because as it turns out, the memory controller on Intel CPUs is just really bad at measuring ones and zeros at high speeds. Error and bandwidth history. Oh, neat. I mean, the error history is neat. The bandwidth, I'm not sure how useful that's going to be. I mean, realistic voltages and temperatures, we're still hitting 100 degrees somehow. I actually have, like, yeah, we're not even pulling that much power. We're at 220 watts right now, and it's still somehow managing to hit 100 degrees. Yeah, except you're not the first person to chime in with wild theories about how the Intel memory controller isn't a pile of trash, and I've tried a lot of things. None of them worked. How is it a wild theory? Well, I haven't found any evidence for it, so how is it a good theory? What did we test and immediately get results? Like, you're evidently interpreting what we've seen here today very differently from how I'm interpreting it. Because I saw the CPU error out in like 2 minutes of Karhu, and then run 6 minutes of Karhu without errors, with the same settings, after a reboot. And I don't feel like spending 24 hours to validate one combination of power limits, voltages, and frequencies. Because, like, that's really the worst part, is the fact that it takes so damn long for the errors to show up. Because sometimes you get lucky and it errors out in 10 minutes, and sometimes you don't get lucky and it errors out in 20 hours. No, but I raised the current limit back up afterwards, and it still didn't error out. I also disabled the hyperthreading, and it didn't error out. And also, earlier, I tried it with a power limit, and it, like, errored out, like, at loop 2. And then with a higher power limit, it didn't error out at, like, for, like, 6 loops or whatever. And then it errored out in Karhu in 2 minutes. It ran, like, a whole bunch of Y-Cruncher, and then it couldn't run Karhu right after that. Like, basically, there was no correlation between the settings and the results, which is roughly what I expect from an Intel CPU. But hey, I'm completely down to, well, I'm actually not completely down to do 7800 at like 4.5 gigahertz, because I think 7800 at 4.5 gigahertz, considering how inconsistent it was, it's gonna take forever to error out. Or maybe I'll get lucky and it'll error out instantly. You never know. But like, that's the worst part. Like if it consistently errored out in just like under an hour, then it's like, okay, well, you can actually kind of work with this because you can iterate on settings on a roughly hourly basis. But what I ran into last year with 13th gen was that I was trying to iterate on settings roughly every 16 hours. Which doesn't work. You can't do anything when you need to make adjustments every 16 hours. It can't be that sporadic. Intel rates the CPU for DDR5-5600. Intel gives no shits about the memory controller. If they did care about the memory controller, my 13600K wouldn't be significantly better than my 13900K. By like a very large margin. The 13600K can basically do 7600. The 13900K won't even run DDR5-6200 XMP profiles on an Apex. I'm not even talking about a fucking 4-dimmer. It literally won't do 7200 on an Apex. And tops out at like 6800 on a 4-dimmer. Whereas the 13600K I managed to get to like 7200, but it did require bending over backwards. Because it needed like a whole bunch of PLL voltages adjusted. And corrupted your Windows install? Wait, what? That's, like, I run a lot of unstable memory settings, and that doesn't happen very often. Though I guess if you have a daily OS, then a bunch of the startup applications might have been a problem. Wait, are you using daily OSs for this, or, like, bench OSs? Because, like, I'm not tried, like, super unstable memory settings on a daily system. I would imagine having a bunch of, like, startup applications and drivers would be quite dangerous with unstable memory, but, like, if you have, like, a test OS where it's, like, just Windows and the bare minimum, like, utilities you need, that doesn't tend to break very often in my experience. It immediately corrupts Windows. Damn. Wait, what do you mean by immediately corrupts Windows? Like, you get the, like, startup repair screen, or, like, Windows just completely doesn't work? Because the, like, startup repair screen isn't a like, that's not the OS being corrupted yet. That just means the OS can't load itself into the memory, because the memory is, like, screwed. Not being so black pill. Yeah, well, you're not going to change that at this point. It's too late. Stable profile, I can't boot anymore. Oh, okay, well, that is impressive. Because I've not run into it breaking that quickly. Also, I've been wondering about this. Why is the coverage speed so low for VT3? Like, this really isn't running much faster than the DDR5-6000 settings I was using on the Gigabyte board. And the speed is drifting around like a whole bunch. They're like racking up Oh, it's racking up CPU internal errors. Kill me now! How many Intel DDR5 chips have you got? 14900K, 13900KS, 13900K, 13600K, 12600KF, 12900K. Man, like, I mean, I've been swearing this entire stream at this point, so I guess we may as well just keep doing it. Like, fuck this entire CPU. Fuck every square millimeter of silicon making up this pile of trash. Oh, fuck every square micrometer of this chip. Just keep lowering the memory speed. At some point it'll stop erroring. Wait, what's the stock clock for the E-cores? No. It's gonna be under the AI features, isn't it? E-core. Wait, it doesn't show the clock for the E-core frequency. Oh, it's 44 for all core and 46 for the rest. Oh. Well, 46 is going to need a shitload of E-core. Oh, 54 will probably work with like 46. Well, I guess at this point we can just disable all the limits. Yeah. It might be a bit low. We're gonna start a little high and see what happens, and then work from there. 46 E-cores? We'll see. .4 is max E-core frequency for stock. Okay, well, we'll drop them down later. Here's your TRFC 600. I mean 700. No, but we were getting internal CPU errors. Those aren't even from the memory. That's the fucking cache error. Like that's like the CPU erroring out. Actually, that's the cores erroring out. So if anything, that means the CPU isn't stable. Which makes sense. It can't run Cinebench on Gigabyte motherboards, so I guess why would it be able to run Y-Cruncher? Okay, so I'm not sure how this is going to work out thermally, but... or core voltage-wise, more like. And the load has hit, and we are not running anymore. So that crashed. Noticed IMC degradation. Well, I'd have to know what the IMC maxes out at first to be able to tell if it got worse. Which on Intel CPUs is a tall order. Would ASUS send you a... I don't want a better bin CPU. I want to be done with this shit. I don't want to have to deal with another Intel CPU for at least like a year. Unless they fix the memory controller. Which they won't, because they've had like 4 opportunities to do that at this point. Or like 3. Yeah, 3. Because technically 11th gen is when the weirdness started. And they haven't fixed it since. Yeah, I know the vid on this thing is trash. Oh, well, that set it on fire. What core voltage are we at? 1.25. Wait, that is way more than the CPU started with. Whoops. Okay, so level 4 it is, I guess. Y-Cruncher? Nah, that's probably your CPU crashing. Nah, if your CPU... Are you on a Ryzen CPU or a Intel CPU? Because Ryzen CPUs, if they crash hard enough, they will actually just reset themselves. Intel CPUs actually also can just reset themselves, but it's far less common. Sorry for the timing question. What motherboard, like what platform? Actually, why don't you just watch some of the memory overclock videos? Because those cover the timings. Though, I guess the most important one is TREFI. If you set that to 65,000, that for DDR5, that does like 90% of your stability right there. I mean, 90% of your performance right there. Actually, I think this is still going to be running really rich. 9.38. Let's try that. Well, Cinebench isn't really a stress test. Okay, 1.16. Yeah, because Intel's stock voltages are terrible. Like, it is still thermal throttling a bit, but we can probably dial it down a little bit more and it'll start working. Why? Because I was getting internal CPU errors running Y-Cruncher earlier. So I just kind of want to eliminate that as like a variable as much as possible. So funnily enough, we'll actually be getting more performance now because Intel's stock boost behavior is really dumb. Nope. Okay, that's not enough voltage. IRQL not less or equal, so that's probably a cache crash. Man, 14th gen is so stupid. I should have just dropped it to like 5.2. Also, I really wish I had a current reading on this board. Every time I go back to Intel memory overclocking, it's fucking awful. Why can't Intel put out BIOS updates like AMD does, where it's like, whoa, new AGSA, DDR5-8000 works now. Meanwhile at Intel, it's like, yeah, shit's still broken, yo. And it... And yet somehow every new BIOS update claims to improve memory stability. It's still crashing. You've got to be kidding me. Oh, I bet it's the E-cores, isn't it? Wait, that's a core clock error. Okay, so that could be E-cores, that could be P-core. Well, probably E-cores. I hate this CPU. The dumb chip. It's not stable. Like, literally, like, I have motherboards where if I clear the CMOS, this thing won't run Cinebench. What a dumb chip. Where the fuck do they dig this out of? Like, the dumpster behind the fab. They just go fishing. This is the worst silicon they found. It's really funny when, like, you know, I get sent a memory kit that's rated for, like, DDR5-6000, and then I tell the people who sent it to me, yo, I can't get it to work. And they're like, did you try an i9? And it's like, yep. It actually is more stable with the i5 CPU. Still not, like, you know, fully stable, but at least, like, somewhat more stable. If we just set everything really low, maybe it'll start fucking working for once. I'm trying to isolate the CPU. And honestly, at this point, I'm seriously considering just, like, putting the Apex back in its box and just switching over to AMD. Not during the stream, but, like, for future content, because... Fuck this, man. It's just, like... It never gets better. It just keeps getting worse. I'm just downclocking everything at this point. If I listen, at some point the frequency is going to be low enough that everything actually fucking works. Nah, that looks permanently locked at 4.6 to me. Well, it's still thermal throttling, so yay. What voltage are we at? Man, this cooler kinda sucks. Oh no, we're back at the same voltage as it was on stock, roughly, and okay, that makes sense that it's thermal throttling. But actually, this cooler does kinda suck. Man, I hate Intel CPUs so much. Uncoolable, unstable, and unusable. Or... Why do I do this? It's not like the Intel memory overclocking videos get any fucking views anyway. It's way too hot for that voltage. Yeah, kind of think so too. And I guess I could try swap coolers. Might do that. Well, we're now on a 360mm AIO, so hopefully that'll help. The reason I don't like using this one is it makes it, like, sometimes it makes a ticking noise. It's not doing it right now, though, so hopefully that won't start up again. I think there's, like, an air bubble that gets into the pump, and then it makes a ticking noise. Because obviously it's just, like, standing on the desk, right? So the radiator, like, isn't in the ideal orientation. Alright, VT3. Okay, so that other AIO really sucks. Like, a lot. Like, is real, like, this, we're, like, down by, like, 20 degrees. I don't know what that other, there's the other AIO has some kind of issue. I wonder if it wasn't, it might be the fans. Because the fans that I'm using on it aren't kind of, like, not great. Yeah, because this is running way cooler. No, it could be, because, like, like, these fans, I think all of these go all the, like, well, one of them goes all the way to, like, I think 3,000 RPM. The other two go to 1,600, whereas the other AIO has two 140s that max out at, like, 1,200 RPM. Or something like that. So, yeah, they don't exactly move a lot of air. Also, the pump on that one might not have been going at full speed, whereas this pump, I do have it permanently, like, forced to 100%. So, we're gonna go back up to... Let's try 1.4 again. You know what? I guess there's one other way we can deal with the thermal throttling. Wait. Is that the one? Ah, yeah, that is the one. Okay, we're not going to set it to 115, but 107 I don't mind. Oh, whoops. Yeah, nope, these aren't dual rank. That's a typo. I forgot to get rid of that when I was changing the specs. I didn't notice. Which model is the 280? It's an NZXT Kraken. But, like, it's not using the fans it came with, and, like... I didn't have it hooked... Like, I don't have the the control software for it, so getting the pump to max out is, like... Well, I can't actually force the pump to max out, so, you know, it's kind of an issue. Like, as far as I know, it should automatically ramp the pump up as the water temperature increases, but, yeah, I don't know. I'll look into that later. Wait, what? We're still running 70s? Damn, what a difference. Well, I didn't need to raise the current limit. I mean, the temp limit. We ain't anywhere near it now. The Kraken broken at this point? I bet you the fins in the cold plate are clogged. Kinda doubt it. It's not like that one has seen a lot of usage. I mean, this AIO has seen even less usage because it takes up so much space, but... You can try the 2x48 kit? Yeah, I'll do that later. This is like a OEM ASUS, like, check this out. It literally doesn't even have branding on it. If I remember correctly, it's like so Arctic used to sell ASUS rebrands, and so this is like what was supposed to be like a 360mm Arctic cooler, if I'm not mistaken. Hey, we're now getting more performance than ever before. I guess we could test that theory of like, oh, it'll run 7800, like it won't run 7800. Or wait, what was the theory? Oh, like it won't be stable at 6400 if you just run it at insane enough power settings. And it's like, kinda doubt that. Open the Kraken. Nah, I don't really feel like making a mess. The place is enough of a mess, and it's not like I'm gonna repair that AIO anyway if I was to open it up, so no point doing that. It won't be stable at 1700 with ICC Max was his theory. No, I think his theory was that it wouldn't be stable even if I ran low memory clocks if the current draw was high enough, right? Like, his theory was that it's like a current draw problem that was causing all the issues or something. What am I, like, but now the CPU's at 5.2 gigahertz, like, what am I even doing here? I hate 14th gen! Why can't Intel make good CPUs? Or at least, like, send good CPUs? Like, what even is this Like, where do they dig up this kind of trash silicon? I swear they fucking dropped the wafer that this chip was on. How high did you push? Well, if I set any of them higher than, like, so SA turns out works best at like 1.15 with this CPU. IMC, if I raise it above 1.4, it gets less stable. VDD at 1.55, VDD QTX, if I raise it above 1.4, it gets less stable again. Oh, and VDD QTX at 1.3, because if I raise it above that, well, I think 1.35 was actually kind of interchangeable with 1.3, but 1.4 was definitely worse. What's the 6 gigahertz vid on this chip? 1.49 volts. 1.499 volts. Basically 1.5. Also, the vid, even at, like, lower frequencies, is really, really high. Like, I saw another CPU that was, like, like, I saw a screenshot of another CPU that had an even higher 6 GHz vid, but that one had lower 5.8 and 5.6. Nice 6 GHz is 1.4. What? Good for you! Intel binning is a joke. Like, the only reason Intel bins CPUs at all is because, like, now they actually need to reach 6 GHz somehow. Which I think they spend more time figuring out how much voltage they need to pump into a chip than actually worrying about how good the silicon is. I bet the binning process is like, can it do 6 GHz at anything less than 1.52 volts? And if the answer to that question is yes, then we're shipping it. Oh, no. Wait, oh, it's... Yeah, right, we were watching for the Windows hardware event here. Man... I don't want to stress test this. Like, why? Why do I have to deal with this shit? Why can't I just, like, why when Intel asks if I want review samples, can't I just fucking say no? Because I did consider that at the time, just like not signing the NDA agreement and saying, no thank you, I don't want any more garbage tier CPUs. The 13900K was bad enough. To be fair, this thing is somewhat better, but you know, that's like, yeah. Comparing to a CPU that's borderline defective, it sure is better, isn't it? Like, check out that vid for 5.6, right? Only 7600? Yeah, what do you think this is? A good CPU? I mean, I didn't buy anything. I got, like, this is a review sample, which... At least I didn't pay for this shit. What's Der Bauer's 14900K like? I bet you the majority of 14900Ks are just bad. Because I'm pretty sure the difference between a 13900K and 14900K is that Intel loosened the bidding targets. Not that the silicon magically got better. It's like... Basically, I think the question of the 14900K spec was like, well, what if we just raise the voltage, like, until it does 6 GHz basically no matter what? Would that be a viable product? Could we sell this? You have a degree in computer engineering? No. I have a degree in being an academic failure. Man, I hate how the stability randomly comes and goes. This is... Like, honestly, I don't even know what I'm doing with this at this point. T3 past... Yeah, no, that's not gonna work. I mean, we can try, I guess, but, like... The thing is, I also had Karhu error out at, like, 7800 in, like, 2 minutes. But I've had the TRAS at 44 for ages. Or how loose do you want the TRAS? TRAS 50. It shouldn't affect performance too much. With how the CPU's been behaving, I bet it's gonna actually work now. No, I don't think the temperature has anything to do with it, to be completely honest. I guess we could test that if this works. Oh, well, that doesn't work at all, does it? But I guess we could try break 7800 by just raising the V-core, right? If you want, like, I can punch in looser timings, sure. We're just going back to the beginning of the stream, though. It's still not gonna be stable, but hey, we can punch in whatever. like 76 or something. There. It's like JDEC spec, basically. I'll leave those alone. Dude, why does the scaling, like, randomly fucking break Windows? What the hell? Why are you so stupid? Man, that took less time to crash. Because, see, that's the thing about Intel CPUs. It's never the timings. It's the alignment of the sun and moon. And the stars. And the planets. And the season. Have you noticed any significant differences with the CPU switching boards? Yeah, the Apex can actually run the Y-Cruncher benchmark, whereas most other boards can't. At 8000. Actually, when I say most other boards, I don't think any other boards can. So anyway, I bet now if I try to lower it to 7800, it's not going to work again, is it? Because that's roughly how it behaved earlier in the stream. Is like what. So like the Apex is definitely a better memory overclocker than all the other boards that I have. But no board can save your CPU from its shit memory controller. At the end of the day, the motherboard is just a bunch of very fancy wires. But if what you're connecting to those wires is garbage, then, well, it's still garbage. No, I also tried the Z790 Tachyon, but I think the 14th gen BIOS for the Z790 Tachyon is, like, awful. Or, like, something went wrong when I tried it, because it was, like, really, really bad for stability with this CPU. You happy? I specifically requested a 6000 kit, because my thought process was, like, no matter how shit the CPU I use is, if it's a 6000 rated kit, I can overclock it. Even if that means only overclocking it to 6400. Man, but this test feels so pointless. You know what? I might just stick the dual rank DIMMs in there, see what we can boot, and move on. Or like see what we can run in Y-Cruncher, benchmark, and then just like give up. Because I don't actually want to have to deal with trying to stabilize this anymore. Because it's just bad. The CPUs they send me from Intel are bad. Dig them out of the dumpster behind the fab. And they're in the dumpster because they got dropped in manufacturing. Well, because somebody sneezed on the wafer. Nah, switching memory kits. Next one will have a golden IMC. Yeah, this is not happening. I don't think I've ever gotten an Intel review sample that wasn't garbage. Or, actually, no. I've gotten some that are average, but never anything good. Well, now I get to put the system specs back to dual rank, don't I? Hey, did I clear CMOS? I think I did. Put the kit on an AM5 board and watch it do 8000. Well, yeah, that's the plan. Though I'm actually kind of cheating. Well, I'm pre-testing the AM5 board with a different 8000 kit to make sure that, like, I have my expectations calibrated. Should I actually... I guess I'll leave the voltages on auto initially and let the board deal with them for now. You have dirty power coming into your place. Yeah, that's why all the AMD systems have no problem with stability. Also why Intel systems have no problem with stability if I just set the memory clock low enough. Like, I know I've heard of people going like, oh, my Intel memory overclock got so much stable once I swapped power supplies, but my experience with the Intel memory controller is that the stability randomly changes for no reason, which basically means that, yeah, you swapping the power supply might have led to the stability changing, but not because you swapped the power supply, but because you power cycled the system. Couldn't it affect higher clocks more? But why would it? Yeah, I know you mean what's coming into the house, but, like, I'm not, like, anything that would be, like, significant enough that the power supply couldn't filter it out should affect everything all the time. What's with the bad music during the live stream? I like distorted noise as background noise, so, deal with it. Oh boy, no power limit and more cooling. Are you shitting me? Well, I guess we are going to change this over from, like, actually trying to run something to just figuring out what it boots, maximum it boots at. Well, even the Gigabyte board was booting 6933. You would think an Apex could do better, right? So, like, maybe I should have just gone straight to, like, 7000. Actually, the Gigabyte board was booting 7000. So I guess I could have skipped the initial set of frequencies. Apex didn't do what? Would you consider stable? No. Well, I usually leave Karhu overnight, so it usually ends up somewhere around 16 hours by the time I, like, decide to stop it. Like, I don't really have a specific target, but, like, the minimum is, like, at least 8 hours, and the more the better. And so if it's taking me along, like, so if, like, Karhu, I'll actually just kind of leave it running, basically. If, like, I'm not in a rush to get the video done, it's just like, well, can it just keep running Karhu in the background? Sure, like, why not? Right? Because, like, the idea with a stable system is that it won't error out, like, it should be able to run the stress test indefinitely. So there shouldn't ever be a reason that you would want to stop. Like, you know, you shouldn't feel like, oh, I must stop the stress test or it'll fail, because that means it's not stable. Right? Like, so I'll generally stop the stress test when I feel like, okay, like, I kind of want to try recording the video now or something. Or if I don't feel like burning more electricity because the 14900K chugs power. Even just running Karhu. Okay, so 7200 boots. That's something, I guess. Yeah, I'm trying a dual rank kit now. Just to see what it boots. Because it can't even run Y Cruncher at 6666, and I am not dealing with the voltage settings for that. Well, as far as, like, booting dual rank, this is doing a much better job than the Gigabyte board did. Because we're already at 7400 and it, like, you know, like, we're running. Is DDR5 dual rank harder than DDR4 dual rank? That question doesn't really work if you think about it. Like, what do you mean by that? Like, is the speed penalty bigger? I think generally yes. Actually, no, I think percentage-wise it's probably a similar speed penalty. Oh, look, 7600 posts. Man, gotta love Intel's ability to just boot basically no matter what. Like, it already didn't work, like, stability, it already wasn't stable at 6666. So, like, why is it even posting at this point? You know what, let's go into Windows. Because, like, I wonder. Can we even do anything? Are you trying using testmem5? I've tried using testmem5 in the past, and like sometimes it would fail in like an hour, and sometimes it wouldn't fail in 6, and then HCI would error out. So like I've given up. Like, honestly, like, I don't care about, like, trying to, like, yeah, deal with the Intel memory controller, and I didn't want to run Carhu, because that's obviously not going to work. Also, I'm kind of more interested if Y Cruncher even has a chance, and the answer is no. So, Pi Prime? Oh, that runs. What? Nah, the stream has been going for 6.5 hours at this point. You're very late. Though really, the only thing that's missing is my self-censorship and mental stability at this point. And no worky. Okay, so... as expected, though I guess 7800 will probably also boot. Like, I was doing pretty mentally okay, and I was, like, that's, because this is the thing, is, like, my mental state recovers, and then I'm like, oh, you know, we'll try some Intel memory overclocking, it can't be that bad, and then it is that bad. Actually, it's worse. And it still boots. But it does not get into Windows. Wait. You've got to be fucking... Dude. See? Because the thing is, the Intel memory controller was designed with one goal in mind. The ability to post. Actually being able to reliably read and write data from the memory sticks under high load, that was not a design concern. Because we're booting 7800 on dual rank. This thing doesn't run 7800 reliably on single rank. So I'm guessing it'll also boot 8000 because it's not like it's struggling. Mind you, in single rank, I couldn't post 8533. So this is really dumb. Oh, and it just keeps working. Apparently Intel's in-house memory overclocker watches your content. Yeah, I bet they're never gonna send samples again. Like, it just keeps booting. This... Oh, there we go. Finally. Okay, now we can't even launch Benchmate. But my point still stands. It keeps booting. I tried watching that Kit Guru interview, and it was not really very good, in my opinion. The issue is, though, it's like making, like, I don't... Like, the thing is, I didn't watch much of the interview because there wasn't really any questions that, like... Because, like, most people, when it's like, oh, like, when it comes to memory overclocking, the first question is like, well, does it affect performance? And it's like... Like, if it didn't affect performance, we could still be using DDR1. We'd just save it to that. So that's like the thing that, like, you know... Like, I'm not sure what kind of questions I would ask. Because, like, I'm not sure what kind of questions I would actually get answers to. Because it's like, okay, so... Like, I guess I'd want to know, like, what kind of, like, silicon quality... And then they wouldn't answer that. Because I'm pretty sure I know what the bottom of the barrel looks like. Did you kill your old blog? No, it just got renamed. I'm pretty sure it's just buildzoid at blogspot.com right now. Yeah, it's buildzoid at blogspot.com. There's some Volt mods up on there. Now. The bottom of the barrel is below 7,000. Like, I know that, because I have one. That's why I'm like, yeah, they would not want to reveal the fact that, like, even 7200 doesn't always work. Because that would be embarrassing. I don't think you could like... no, I think you could probably put together a combination of motherboard and CPU on AM5 that doesn't work at 7200. But it wouldn't be the CPU's fault. It would be the motherboard's. What debug tools they use for testing memory? Yeah, that would be that was like what how do you validate memory overclocks? Like, so like, do you have some internal tools? Do you have some kind of method for figuring out optimal voltages? Right, that would be one of my questions. Like, so because like there's like way too many voltages. I'd also ask, what is VDDQ-TX? Like, what is it? Like, what does it power? Because it doesn't make any sense to me. Like, you have the system agent, and you have the VDD2 voltage, and then there's this VDDQ-TX thing. And VDDQ-TX on some motherboards behaves very, very strangely. And it's like, what is that? What does it power? Why does it behave like that on, say, the Z690 Apex? Like, what is it for? Because VDD2 replaces the old DDR4 power rail. But, like, what the hell is a VDDQ-TX? I'm assuming, at this point, I guess it's probably a replacement for VCCIO or something, but, like... Well, no, because VCCIO was, like, usually you ran it, like, super low and it primarily affected cache stability. Oh, yeah, is there a tool? Do you have a tool to check the termination settings after the system has posted? Because that would be so helpful. Like, is there a way to get, like, freaking termination, like, give drive strengths and terminations after the system has posted? And like, not being an obscure tool used by ASUS employees. Could we have that in like XTU or something? Because that would be cool. If XTU could do that, I'd install that shit. How are drive strengths and terminations a trade secret? There's only, like, as far as I know, those resistors have 8 fixed values, because it's like a resistor network, and you can only put so many of them in parallel before it, that's why like the resistances go in those steps. Wait, where are they? Oh, I should probably drop the memory frequency bit. So that, you know, we can actually, like, do stuff in the BIOS. The auto values. Yeah, but the auto values for 8000 XMP stable don't work, so I don't know why those need to be a trade secret. All the vendors tune them. Well, evidently they're shit at that, because they never work. Like, as far as I can tell, the only good memory tuning that, like, what does AMD do differently from Intel? AMD has one guy that does all of the memory tuning. That was actually really cool to see in the GN, what was it? The GN tour of AMD, where they had, like, the racks of... Okay, it's not literally one... It's almost just one guy. I'm not sure if it's... They got another guy. So there's 2 of them now. They're literally doubling the amount of memory tuning that can be done at AMD. So, but no, there's like this really cool, what was really cool to see was like, for the memory testing, they had like this massive set of, like, there's a tour of like AMD offices from Gamers Nexus, you should check that out, but basically just like racks of just open air test benches, and every single one was like different motherboards, different memory kits, different CPUs, all of them just doing memory stress testing. And it's like, yeah, if I could build that, I totally would. That would be like ideal. Like, I could do so much more memory overclocking. Hell, if I had that kind of setup, then I would maybe even have the patience for Intel's memory controller. because instead of like wasting time on one shitty CPU, I could be doing it on like 10 CPUs at a time, iterating on settings far faster than I can with one, right? Because it's like I set up one, I start the stress test, I move on to another test bench. I set that test bench up, I start the stress test, I move on to another test bench. You get the idea. So I could like multi-thread my memory stress testing instead of having to wait for one shitty setup to get off my desk so I can move a different shitty setup onto my desk. And ideally, this would all be in a different room so I can go play with my ancient GPUs like, you know, in the test area that I actually like want to use most of the time. Anyway, so... Also, like, I don't see why the termination settings would be so important, because they should vary by motherboard quite significantly, unless they're all using the same reference topology from Intel, in which case, like, why aren't you all using the same settings? Yeah, but these lovely things over here, which ASUS measures in clock cycles for some ungodly reason. But anyway, so the reason these work out the way they do is the following. Because this is a set of resistors. Each of them is 240 ohms. And basically what you can do is, so divide by, you put two of them in parallel, you get 120. You put three of them in parallel, you get 80. You put four of them in parallel, you get 60. You put five of them in parallel, you get 48. You put six of them in parallel, you get 40. You put 7 of them in parallel, and you get your 34. And there should also be an 8th one, so... like, 30 should be an option as far as I know. I don't know if ASUS is hiding that under the 0, because also there's a disable option if I'm not mistaken, so... yeah, I don't know... or maybe I'm misremembering things, but there is a, like... there's supposed to be a high Z, which is no resistor connected. And then, like, disabled, which is for, I guess, unused or something. Anyway, so... so yeah, like, there's not that many freaking options for these resistors. And in theory, the memory controller should actually be training them itself. Right? Like, if you go back to the training algorithms, you'll notice that there's a training algorithm that's like... I wonder what that's supposed to do. DDR comp? Where is that? Oh. Yeah, but that's the volt. Isn't that the, like, tapping? That's, like, the tap point, isn't it? Which, again, the memory controller is supposed to be handling these. Because the goal... so with these... wait, why is it up and down? Compensation. Wait, is that... no, that's not the actual... Wait, is this VREF up as in VREF high, VREF low? Because that would make sense. If up down was high and low. Wait, but then they're not in. Are they in order? No. I wonder if these aren't labeled properly. And they are frequency dependent. They shouldn't be. Needs special values for Gear 4 to boot there. Okay, that just sounds like Gear 4 doesn't do its own memory training. You know what? I'll just take the system specs off. I want to try the 8000 XMP kit to see how unstable that is right now. As in, I'll turn on the XMP and try to run Y-Cruncher. And actually try to run Karhu as well. I heard they are frequency dependent as well. But they... Like, I might be not understanding what that menu is actually setting. But I don't think that's the actual, like, DFE settings. And I'm not going to try to explain what DFE is, because I don't understand it myself. It's very complicated, and, like, I've tried reading about it, it just goes right over my head. Okay, that's not true. It doesn't go right over my head, but, like, as far as I can tell, the idea behind the, like, DFE, I think it's DFE equalization or whatever. Anyway, the idea behind the DFE thing is that you can just, like, if you measure how how a single pulse, how a pulse distorts in your memory channel, you can just, like, undo the distortion with some, like, fancy magic electronics stuff. And that's what AMD is using for, like, their, like, high memory speed stuff. So if you go into the AMD BIOS and you mess with the memory training options, you have, like, 4-tap DFE, how many times, like, what voltage steps to use, and if you set it up to, like, use the smallest voltage stepping, it takes forever to get through memory training. Because basically the memory controller goes and, like, measures, like, what kind of response it gets from the memory stick and then tries to fix it. And then, like, keeps redoing that until the signal is, like, clean, basically. And, well, based on my experiences with the Intel memory controller, it doesn't do that. Actually, there's a memory training time reduction setting. At low speeds, you don't have to go through the crazy long memory training. But with like how the way the stability on Intel's memory controller behaves, I'd sooner believe that the memory controller just picks random numbers and the first thing that works it boots with. Because that would line up with the stability. Wait, did I remember to clear CMOS? I don't think so. Oh, hell. Oh, screw it. Though, this memory kit in the past did work on this, or like, at least it ran Y-Cruncher for an hour. I never actually tested anything else, so I don't know, maybe it wouldn't have been stable in Karhu at the time. Also, Intel even has like a dim DFE training option in the BIOS, but I don't know if it does anything. You know, the issue is, I suspect that a lot of the training options in the BIOS don't actually do anything, because, like, I've tried messing with them, and I never noticed any of them changing stability. Like, admittedly, I've primarily tried messing with them on Gigabyte boards, but, like, so maybe Gigabyte boards actually, like, block them out somehow, but, like... I've wondered about that, is like, oh, and these are in a different order from how Gigabyte has them. Oh well. Oh. Well. Let's see if if Y-Cruncher runs. I probably will. I really hope it will. It would be really stupid if it now didn't work. Because it used to work. You never tried the Magic Beta BIOS either. Man, AMD doesn't have Magic Beta BIOSes. Well, maybe if they figured out a better way to do the memory training, they should fucking ship that, shouldn't they? Okay, so 8000 is now just universally broken on all memory kits. This worked! I remember this working! Admittedly on the previous BIOS version, but like... Bintel. Okay, you know what? I wouldn't be surprised... Well, okay, would I be surprised if the memory controller degraded? Yes. Yes, I would, actually. Maybe... Well, maybe not. I don't know. Like, this is the issue I have with Intel memory overclocking. Nothing works, and I don't know why, and I can't even figure out why. It's like walking in a casino and pulling on the fucking, you know, the slot machines and going like, why am I not winning? I won the last time I was here. No, I am actually very anti-loot boxes. There's nothing more I hate more. Well, okay, no, there's a lot of things that I hate. But among the many things that I hate a lot is randomness. Did I just completely break it? With the Corsair memory kit, these voltage settings actually worked pretty good. Well, it wouldn't be Intel if you could learn from your past settings, could you? That's like the worst. This is the thing that just like pains me about making Intel memory overclocking content is like none of the settings I'm using are necessarily going to be applicable to anybody else's setup. It's as far as I can tell, it's all meaningless. Like the voltages I use, actually the timings are like the timings. Actually, I don't think there's necessarily a problem with those. But when it comes to the voltages, it's like yeah, the voltages I use, like I may as well be pulling fucking numbers out of my ass because they may or may not work for you, and I have no way of knowing in advance if that's going to be the case. Because with AMD, at least, it's like, oh yeah, there's, like, if I do X, then, like, if this crashes, then there's probably this reason for it crashing. And then there's Intel, where I have no idea why something works, why it doesn't work, like... When it works, I don't know why. When it doesn't work, I don't know why. It's like, what am I supposed to tell you? It's like, these voltages work. Why do they work? Who the f*** knows? I just know that the other voltages don't work. Is there a general way of figuring out what voltages do work? I don't know. Try a bunch of shit until something works. If you try a bunch of shit and nothing works, you should lower the memory speed. Because this fucking worked. Like, I remember being, like, so happy because I finally had a CPU where I could turn the Intel CPU, because technically if I just pull out the B650E Tachyon, and actually, the 7950X that I have, apparently, which isn't particularly great in 1-to-1 mode, is, like, very strong in 2-to-1. Like, it does almost stable DDR5-8000 on the X670E Extreme. It errored out after like 14 hours of Karhu or something stupid like that. So it's like evidently one of the voltages was a little, like the auto voltages from Gigabyte are sky high. So I think one of the voltages was just like a bit high. I think it was probably VDDP. I didn't actually try to fix it yet. But yeah, like, and also then there's the B650 Tachyon where it's just like, yeah, you just set the VDDP to the right thing and it works. Yeah, I was like, because like I remember testing this like ages ago with the 14900K and going like, yes, finally I have an Intel CPU that can run the XMP profile of this memory kit without immediately crashing in Y-Cruncher. Guess I imagined that. Guess that never happened. It was all a dream. Wait, why am I opening up Benchmate? Dumbass. Well, that doesn't work at all. So we're back to everything being fucking broken. Easy here quoting Biggie. I do not know what you're referring to. DQ is signaling, yeah. DQ is like the actual like data channels between the memory and the CPU. Or like data traces. Somebody suggested these voltages. I don't expect them to work because I've tried voltages like this before. Like I said, I've tried, like, you just throw shit at the wall, and if nothing works, you lower the memory speed. I've tried a lot of shit. At this point, you can't even tell there is a wall. It's just a mountain of shit. The drive signal voltage, I think it powers, like, so the documentation says it, like, powers all of the I/O circuitry on the memory sticks. The VDDQ, like, the memory VDDQ powers, like, all of the I/O circuitry. So I would imagine that it, like, probably changes the signal amplitude and affects the rise and fall times. Because I'm assuming it's both being used for, like, the actual output, like, voltage level and the switching on and off of the output transistors, or, like, circuit things. Again, not an electronics engineer, and I definitely don't design DRAM chips, so, you know. And at least on AMD, like, you generally have, like, a very clear, like, VDDQ sweet spot, where it's like, this is the optimal VDDQ, and you should just use that. Which would mean that, which would make sense if it, like, affects the signaling a lot. What's cast right now? It's 38. We're using the XMP. I didn't touch any of the timings. We're on the ASUS timings. Oh, those voltages apparently... Oh, no, they don't. Yeah, no, this is fucked. It's fucked. Like, it doesn't do 8,000 anymore. I don't know. Maybe I tightened the CPU socket too much. The sun, like, it's winter in the UK right now, and I'm pretty sure the last time I tested this was autumn. So, like, we're testing this in the wrong season. How am I still live? Well, it's not like I have anything better to do than go fucking crazy over an Intel CPU on a live stream. I mean, I could go crazy with an Intel CPU in private, but then people wouldn't have the opportunity to give me money for it. I mean, they still would, because it's like I have a Patreon and whatever, but... This way it's better documented. The just, like... psychological damage that I'm willing to take. For I don't even know what for. For views? It's not for the views. The Intel memory overclocking videos get like a fraction of the views the AMD memory overclocking videos get. So it's not the fucking views. Maybe I won't be a disappointment to my parents if I just get DDR5-8000 to work. Look, Mom, I finally did something with my life. Except Intel RAM OC is the opposite of fun. You know what's fun? Old GPUs, like GTX 780s, or GTX 770s, or 760s, or HD 7970s, or hell, even RX 590s, and those are relatively modern by my standards. Or actually 6900 XTs. Unlocked 6900 XTs are really fun. This shit, not fun. Did the Patriot guy try to run freaking Y-Cruncher on them? Because here's the thing is, like, does this count as running? It is running, right? Where is Cinebench? Come, Cinebench, where are you? Oh, that's the wrong Cinebench. Fuck. You ever OC'd a 4GB GTX 770? Yes, in fact. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I did. See, running. DDR5-8000 running. I mean, I don't know if it'll actually finish, but running. They were doing some kind of stress test for days during CS. Okay, so how do you know that they used a bad CPU? There, running. What else do we have? I guess, actually, they probably used HCI, which, if you run it for a few days, it is actually quite hard. And also, running. This might even run for quite a while before it vomits errors all over everything. Oh, wait, nope, it won't. Try R15, sure. Wait, what? Well, that is funny. R15 is better than 23. So anyway, I'm done here. I'm putting the Apex back in the box because, like, because that's the other fun part is, like, for the benchmarks that I actually like using a 14900K for, I guess TimeSpy is pretty memory sensitive, but you can run TimeSpy at, like, okay-ish memory settings even on shit board. So that's the thing is, like, when I don't need it to actually be stable, then the Apex doesn't really make that much of a difference. If you're not R15 stable, you will never be VST stable. Wait, so you're saying, like, I should power limit the CPU? Wait. Oh, no, like... How much is there to gain on a 7950X3D from... Oh, fuck, I keep... Minecraft is probably unpacked, like, depending... Wait, is this vanilla Minecraft? It's Java Minecraft, right? Because, it's pretty thirsty for memory. So that would actually make sense. Any Java Minecraft. Yeah, that kind of makes sense. Because, like, it needs to unpack itself into the RAM, and it takes a while. I think it's even reasonably... I think the actual loading itself is actually quite multi-threaded. It's just the game that isn't. My Expo kit got 69.9. You could probably do... Wait, you're on a 7950X3D. I actually don't know what a good latency for a 7950X3D is. I'd assume you could probably get closer to 60. Well, Expo probably sucks, so... I should really make a generic memory timings for Ryzen video again. Maybe this time using a different board. Oh well. Right, I wanted to make the CPU stop crashing Cinebench instantly. Wait, does it just crash Cinebench even if I set the memory speed to, like, frickin' auto? It does, doesn't it? Because, like, this is Intel's stock VF curve not being able to deal with the lack of a power limit, isn't it? The thing is, Karhu was falling apart, like, in a couple seconds. So the fact that VST was crashing almost instantly is like, sure, that might have been CPU instability, but it wasn't like Karhu was doing much better. Impulsively, we have both problems. Yeah, sure. I guess I could have also maybe tried to run HC... Well, no, because HCI hates E-cores. Why do... Like, seriously, why do I deal with this? Like, I remember back in the day, you could buy a CPU, you could run Cinebench on it all day. You could clear CMOS and it would run Cinebench all day. Intel used to have some fucking standards for the stability of their chips. Also, why is it taking so long to boot? Holy... Actually, AMD also occasionally puts out CPUs that are, like, unstable. But with AMD, it seems to be an actual, like, accident. Well, I'm not... The thing is, I have a sample size of 1 for 14th gen, so I don't know. No, we're not doing the it might work if I disable hyper-threading thing. Because it won't. Also, I remember being able to run Y-Cruncher on this at one point in time. Wait, why is it still memory training? What are you doing, you stupid board? Well, like, I have heard that, like, you can get, like, I think 7950X3Ds are especially susceptible to not being stable in Prime 95 at stock settings. Or at least I think I heard that. We're gonna check if, like, freaking Cinebench works with clear CMOS settings. What do you mean, oh no, bad game build, Zoid? Wait, are you the guy who was complaining about me having shit taste in video games a few streams back? I still don't care. Unstable on a 70... Yeah, but 7800 is kind of a tall ask, unless you have a gene. Which I don't think most people have genes, so... Maximum safe voltage for IMC and VDDQ. So IMC, you can go to like 1.6 or whatever. Like, they're not... The IMC voltage, you really don't have to worry about that one. VDDQ TX, I personally wouldn't be thrilled about running it above 1.45. What was I gonna do? Right, run Cinebench R15. Or at least attempt to. Bro, I think it was the memory. Oh, it was so unstable I couldn't run Cinnamon. Yeah, I'm not seeing any issues here right now. It seems to be pretty stable now that we're not at DDR5-8000. Try 11.5, sure. I'm assuming 64-bit version, right? It was erroring out in like a couple seconds of Karhu. IMC 1.6 volts was okay, yeah. I mean, there's not really any reason you'd want to run it at 1.6 volts, but it would be okay. Actually, no, if you're on a Z790 Dark, that board can sometimes need, like, absolutely ridiculous IMC voltages. As in, like, the VDD2 voltage. If you're on a gigabyte board, you're probably not gonna see any benefit from setting the IMC voltage above like 1.5. Honestly, I'll be surprised if you see any benefit from setting it to 1.5. I think on gigabyte it usually works best somewhere between like 1.3 and 1.45. Nah, 11.5 doesn't seem to be having any issues. I'm pretty sure R15 crashed because of memory. Have any ideas for Unreal Tournament 4 vehicles? No, because I've never played Unreal Tournament, so I don't have like a reference point. My CPU is potato! And now even the freaking DDR5-8000 XMP doesn't work anymore. So here's my funny theory. Now, a lot of people might be like, oh, so you degraded your memory controller or your CPU, which is why DDR5-8000 doesn't work anymore. But here's my alternative version of events. I got lucky that time. The CPU just happened to train correctly for once. And so DDR5-8000, for a brief, beautiful hour, worked. And now it didn't train correctly, so it doesn't work anymore. Let's try XMP2. Like, that's without the ASUS enhancements, isn't it? Yeah. It has to retrain anyway when we're going from auto to XMP. No, the chip degraded. Yeah, I'm not buying that. UPS or mains. I don't use either, and I don't have, like, information. Like, I don't know enough to give you a recommendation on that. They make Intel CPUs out of paper. They degrade if you just look at them wrong. You load a modern video game and you do the shader compilation for a modern video game. CPU degraded. You didn't like if the first thing you did on your Intel CPU when you first built your system wasn't setting a bunch of power limits, and then you tried playing a game and it went through like shader compilation, degraded CPU. Oh, you unzipped a file, degraded CPU. You zipped a file, degraded CPU. You encoded a video. Degraded CPU. So anyway, what was it that I wanted to do again? Oh, right, run Y-Cruncher. Okay, actually, we'll first try Y-Cruncher, the benchmark. Generating my Minecraft world. Wait, are you for real, or are you being, like, you just adding on to the joke? Oh, now, okay, well, this doesn't run, so I guess we don't have to run VT3, because that didn't work. Well, everything is broken. Ever tried stable 60 FPS Halo Infinite? I tried Halo Infinite with uncapped FPS, and it felt really slow. But I'm pretty sure I did that on a 75 Hz monitor, and it still felt really slow. How'd the overclocking go thus far? Well, my mental health has, like, regressed by, like, 6 months. And the overclocking, like, it doesn't work. You reset BIOS, your SA is on auto and too high. Dude. Oh, max PLL voltages. I would not really go over... plus 200... I'm pretty sure they start at, like, 0.9 for all of them, so... Let me quickly check. ASUS actually reads them out. I think I wouldn't go over 1.2 for them. Yeah, they start at 0.9, so I wouldn't go over plus 200. Wait. Yeah, I wouldn't really... I probably... Yeah, no, that would be over 1.15. Yeah, I think I'd stop at plus 200, probably. I don't have, like, a specific reason for that. It just seems like 200 millivolts is probably within tolerances. Okay, so, you know, I guess it might be worth trying the one combination of settings that earlier in the stream actually worked. Except I'm not, like, the XMP on this memory kit is 1.4. Like, I shouldn't have to change the memory voltage, so. There. That'll definitely work. Do you think you could physically eliminate 2 RAM slots on a motherboard and make the motherboard perform like a 2-dimmer? I tried that. It doesn't work. I guess I should maybe make a short video about, like, the experiment that I did with my Z690 Aorus Master. And I could probably make a pretty good demonstration of, like, the difference between the 2 memory channels. This is a long-ass stream. I don't do short-ass streams. Because, yeah, I have a Z690 Master where I pulled off one of the memory slots on the A channel. And that did absolutely nothing for the memory overclocking. I guess the other way I could have done it is actually cut the traces between the memory slots. And so you'd only have the other... No, that would have probably sucked really badly. Yeah, I don't think the board would know what to do about that. But anyway, I did desolder the, like, inside memory slot, and that channel is still just as bad at memory overclocking as it always was. The outside channel can go, like, really quite high, and the inside memory channel is really bad. Even with the memory slot removed, it's still really bad. In fact, it's exactly the same. It's actually worse than the Refresh Gigabyte 4 dimmers. With all of their memory slots still intact. No, the idea behind removing the memory slot is just removing the memory, like, because the pins, and you don't actually have traces on a daisy chain motherboard. You don't have traces going to the memory slot that I removed, because the wires come in, they come up through a via, they hit the first memory slot, and then there's more wire, like there's more trace length to the second memory slot. I pulled the first one, because the second one, that's the good one in a daisy chain, right? Like, if you try using the first memory slot in a daisy chain, it works horribly. And so the idea was like, oh, if I pulled the extra, like the memory slot that you're really not supposed to be using anyway, it'll reduce the parasitic capacitance, because we're just removing a bunch of metal, and it should help with reflections, because now there isn't, you know, pins sticking up off of the board with no termination at the end of them. As it turns out, it did absolutely nothing for stability, so yay! Huh, so those voltage settings do... Oh, wait, no, they don't... Fuck me, man. Test stressed with listening to music? What's your FCLK at? That is super weird. Means you're close, though. Well, I guess we're just gonna go back to the high voltage mode thing. Because that worked with the other memory kit for 8000 Y Cruncher. Which still doesn't make any sense that you need to raise VDD on frickin' XMP profiles. Isn't it also possible that depending on what you're using to play the music might be getting buffered? Wait, no, if you're lowering the memory settings and it only happens with the tighter memory settings, then I guess the memory settings aren't stable. The VDDQ didn't help earlier in the stream, so I don't know why it would suddenly help now. What's kind of funny is the CPU, like, previously I was struggling with single rank, I was struggling to get 8200 to run. So of course now we're struggling to get 8000 to run. So if anything, the CPU seems to have managed to gotten worse over just the duration of the stream. Which either means Intel CPUs are incredibly inconsistent, or Intel CPUs are made of paper mache. I don't know which one's worse. Oh, now it's less stable. Like, why would you want to use a CPU that just degrades at the slightest sign of 100% load? It's like, I paid for all these cores, I should be able to use them. I mean, I didn't pay for these. I did pay for the cores on my 13900 KS, though. Okay, sure, we'll try the lower VDD to 1.45. Shaved max core clock off my 3700X in a few hours. I really doubt that. I had to burn a 3700X with Prime 95 at 114 degrees or something for like 24 hours before it noticeably degraded by like 50 megahertz. I really doubt you were running Y Cruncher at like basically 2 degrees away from the thermal shutdown. Actually, no, wait, what's the... I can't remember what the thermal shutdown on AMD CPUs is. Is it 115 or 125? Anyway, I was like literally, the core voltage I was at was limited not by, like, safety concerns. It was limited by, if I raised it any higher, the CPU would just shut down. Because I couldn't cool it at that point. And it still took, like, 24 hours before I got noticeable degradation. And Prime 95 small FFTs is hotter than, like, everything else. Like, even Y-Cruncher. Because, like, Y-Cruncher is really hot, but Prime 95 small FFTs is, like... And actually, I've not done a VT... But the thing is, VT3, like, hits the memory a lot. So I can't see any way that it could be rivaling Prime 95's, like, running out of the L3 cache heat load. And I'm pretty sure I was running that CPU at, like, 1.45 or more. Do people still use Firmark for GPU stress test? I don't, because it's not very reliable considering that a lot of GPUs will just throttle in Firmark. Also, if you run it on some GPUs, it'll blow up the VRM. But that's mostly a problem for older GPUs than a lot of the modern ones. Well, like, there's like the compact PCB Vega cards. Those, I'm pretty sure, blow up if you run Firmark on them. I'm not sure if it's 100% reliable, like, consistent, but I've heard of a few of them dying to Firmark. And I'm pretty sure it was the vCore VR I'm giving up. Yeah, no, this CPU is just fucking stupid. Right, what sounds like stream content? I wonder, what if I forced it to retrain? So, the thing about VRMs dying is they don't generally go kaboom unless your power supply is trash. Because usually if you have a good power supply, the MOSFET shorts out and the power supply turns off. Nope, still unstable. Okay, so the settings that worked earlier in the stream at 8200 now don't work at 8000. I fucking love Intel CPUs. I mean, admittedly we swapped memory kits, but you'd think the DDR5-8000 rated kit would work a bit better than the 6000 rated kit, wouldn't you? I would. So the only MSI boards that can overclock a 7800X3D are the Ace and the Godlike, and one of the, like, they're like $700 and like $1,000. Well, the issue is I'd need to get an Ace somehow. Because I could try asking him. No, like, the thing is, I want to be finished with, like, stuff and then like, start requesting more hardware. Nope, still doesn't work. Man. No, this is just bad. I don't know why I put up with this shit. And also always the like, oh, you just need a better board, a better whatever, and then it's like, no. I need a better CPU, and I'm not giving Intel money when they can't even fucking check chips that they're sending out to reviewers. Like, what kind of quality control for memory controllers does Intel have? None. More like, they check that it works at JDEC, and if it does, then that's it. Motherboard X670E Crosshair Hero or Ace? I actually don't know between those two. I prefer the feature set of the Ace, though. All-time CPU for memory overclocking? None of them. I don't like memory overclocking. If I was forced to choose, I guess 4750G. Yeah, Ryzen APUs. Yeah, Ryzen 5000 APUs. Because it's not DDR5, and in 1-to-1 mode the memory controller is strong, in 2-to-1 mode the memory controller is stronger. Like, what's not to like? Your 10900K didn't do 4800. Wait, 4800 what? No, it did eventually do CL14, but it needed like it barely worked. And it only worked with, I think, it worked with a G-Skill 3200 CL14 kit. Yeah, but it needed a ton of voltage. You couldn't really run most things on it. I think it ran like Geekbench 3 and that was it. And barely. And it needed like stupid system agent voltage and like, well, I think it was like 1.6 SA with 1.45 IO. And that was the only way it was doing 4800 CL14. On single rank, of course. Well, I am now depressed and tired, so I'm gonna go sleep. What a way to ruin my... You know, after the failure of trying to fix the fucking pads on that R9 yesterday, this really was just, like, not the best idea I've had in terms of, like, yeah, we could move on one failure, though admittedly that failure was kind of a learning experience, to a complete fucking waste of time. Why not? Anyway, so yeah, thank you for watching, I guess. Thanks for the super chats and, like, goodbye. That's the end of this stream. And I don't even want to think about what I'm gonna do next. As in, like, content-wise. Just, like... I guess I'll just do fucking Ryzen RAM OC, because that's, like, not completely fucking cursed. So anyway, that's it. Thanks for watching. Goodbye.